Right, it is 5:01 p.m., Monday, March 16th, and I am calling to order this work session of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education. As we call this meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the roll?
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Here.
Mr. Doran,
Here.
Miss Julian. Miss Hewitt is on Zoom.
Here.
Thank you. Mrs. Hull.
Here.
Miss Maple. Mr. Burgess.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. First on our agenda is public hearing on the FY27 budget. This testimony is limited to the agenda items tonight. And I have one person signed up. So Allison Curry, please come forward. Provide your name, spelling your last name, area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Allison Curry, Curry. I live in University Heights. And I am so happy that you guys decided to do a public hearing. And when I called Carm earlier and said, how many people are on the list? She said, you. And I was like, thank you. So I am so glad you're doing this. First of all, I served on the budget committee for 2 years, and I don't envy any of you and what you have to do and the decisions you have to make. You're never going to make everyone happy. All you can do is just do your best and listen. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. And I'm just going to be very short and sweet. And I just want to give you some food for thought as you enter into your budget work. When I went to Juneau last spring break, not this spring break, I went to the Bahamas. Last year, I went to Juneau and I spent some time with our legislators, and I went to a ton of committee meetings. And I went to one committee meeting and I got my Roman Empire. I don't know if you know what that is. It's something you can't stop thinking about. And I woke up again thinking about it the other day, and I was like, I just need to go tell somebody so I can stop thinking about this. I saw a presentation about teacher retention and turnover. And I think that as you guys go through your budget work, I know that salary stuff and spending money on humans becomes something of an afterthought. But you have to invest in people, and we know that in any industry. But I should also remind you that great teaching is not something that you can buy. Great teaching is something that you cannot just give someone a manual for. Great teaching, in my opinion, comes from experience. I started with the district in 1998. I tell my students I'm from the 1900s, so be gentle with me. And my experience informs everything that I do. And I love what I do. I'm in the classroom because that's where I make the biggest impact. But the presentation that I saw talked about how much it costs to replace teachers. And so when teachers decide they don't want to be teachers anymore, it's expensive. And it can be something that you can't really budget for because you don't know how many of those people there will be. And so the presentation that I saw, and I'm happy to share these slides with you, I'll send them to the school board email, talks about how much it costs. It costs about $20,000 to replace the teacher on average. Now that number goes up if the teacher is more experienced, of course, because of onboarding and all those things that cost money that all the folks at HR could probably talk about. But the one thing that stuck with me the most is that it talked about, of the 53 school districts in the state of Alaska, what happens to their reading outcomes. And that's why I'm interested in it, because I teach reading in middle school. The highest turnover districts in our state, the 5 highest, average 37.9% turnover of teachers every single school year. So almost 40% of the teachers leaving and getting replaced. Those students in those school districts average 46% proficiency in reading on the AK Star. Now, if you go to the other end, the 5 school districts that have the least amount of turnover, 8.7%, that's their average. In those school districts, 85.8% of the students are proficient in reading. To me, that's not a surprise. But for all of us, it should be a moment for us to stop and say, we want to make sure teachers stay put. We want to make sure that we invest in our people. And so as you're going forward with your budget work, you guys have a huge job ahead of you. But I just want you to keep in mind that those human beings at the end of the line, we usually don't talk about till later. That's important, and that informs everything that we do, especially our reading proficiency. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you guys around.
Thank you. One moment. Are there any questions from board members? Ms. Maple.
Can you tell us do you have in your slides what those 5 districts are that have the
It doesn't say, but the research, but the research comes from the UAA Center for Alaska Education Policy Research. So I'm sure they would probably be able to get you those 5 names. And I will send the whole slide deck to you guys for you to look at. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, Ms.
Enjoy
Curry.
your night.
Appreciate your work. All right, seeing no one else in the audience and having no one else on my list, we will now close public hearing. Um, we will soldier on to our proposed budget work. Superintendent Meinert and Andy DeGraw, Chief Operations Officer, will present the administration's FY27 proposed budget for continued work. Dr. Meinert.
Great. Thank you, President Burgess. We'll take just a second, and Mr. DeGraw has a slide deck that we have some updated comments to start the work this evening, and then we'll turn it back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Miner. So we just wanted to, before we jump into the meat of our meeting tonight, just wanted to kind of set the table and bring the board up to speed on where we're at currently with our recommended budget work. And just kind of follow a talking points outline in relatively brief presentation, but just wanted just to, again, kind of bring everybody up to speed and make sure there's a good understanding of where we stand as we move towards a recommended budget. So there's been lots of questions about the lapse from the borough. That has occurred. We're finding the exact date that it occurred, but it happened sometime in the last week to 2 weeks. We won't see it officially show up until bank reconciliations are done for the month of February, and that'll happen sometime in the next week to 2 weeks, towards the latter part of March. But the lapse has occurred. That will move our general fund balance from $20 million down to approximately $8.6 million. We continue to contend that that does not have direct impacts on investments that are currently in the proposed budget. However, it does have an impact on the process that I'll go over here in a minute. The proposed budget, to that point, the proposed budget currently uses approximately $2.3 million in fund balance, and it also assumes approximately $1.4 million in vacancies. While we contend that it doesn't have a direct impact on specific investments that are currently in the budget, it does obviously have a negative impact on our ability to make measured adds and to take calculated risks. And we've talked about this at prior work sessions, and I think that is just kind of goes without saying. If you move from $20 million in our rainy day fund to $8 million, that obviously has an impact on what we can do financially, how far out on a limb we can go, so to speak. Just a reminder, any additional charter school costs and negotiations, to a large degree, those costs are unknown. We'll talk about what we have incorporated in balancing act as far as negotiations is concerned here in a moment. And needless to say, and we have stated this publicly, I'll state it again, this lapse significantly limits our position of what we can do at the bargaining table with our teachers union, and then our support staff negotiations are going to start here in the next couple of weeks. So needless to say, $20 million versus $8 million, that's a big difference on what we can do in that arena. Some updates and adjustments that have been made to the budget between proposed and recommended. We have nailed down a specific number on our hold harmless, what we're benefiting from enrollment decline. As we entered the budget cycle, we were looking at a hold harmless clause that was related to school consolidation. We realized during the 20-day count that we were going to benefit from a more significant hold harmless, which is the enrollment decline. Those numbers have now been ironed out with the state. We're able to add approximately $1.8 million in revenue for the recommended budget. So adding 1.8 to the revenue that we have in proposed for the recommended. We're adding in subsequently on the expenditure side, we're adding in the district proposed cost of stipends that we have offered at the bargaining table. The approximate cost is $1.7 million. We have that added in. And then we have a decrease in anticipated utility expenditures for FY27 of approximately $800,000. All of that being said, there is approximately $930,000 in additional revenue that the board can work with for your recommended budget. These numbers are all incorporated into Balancing Act. So, and I believe you did, they just go into the same link and refresh and that'll pop up, correct? Okay. So additional $930,000 to work with in Balancing Act for board members. Again, any additional charter costs are not currently in the budget. And then again, limited consideration for negotiations. Specifically, what we have are the general fund costs related to salary increases, stipends that we have proposed at the bargaining table. And then again, ESSA hasn't started yet. So here, just the last couple of slides, just kind of a summary of where we're at, again, to set the table for board members. Two main phases between proposed and recommended budget are the information gathering phase and then the decision-making phase. We're in the process of transitioning from information gathering. That'll continue, but with the idea being to get to the decision-making phase. Ultimately, well, I won't jump ahead. Balancing Act is helping us do that. We have made several updates to the Balancing Act tool based on requests from board members. We can continue to do that probably maybe through midway through tomorrow. But we're going to talk about where we'd like to end up, Wednesday being a target for wrapping up our business. So if folks could get any last final requests for Balancing Act by, I would say before midday tomorrow, that would be wonderful. And then again, the next few meetings would be the process where board members, you're able to find consensus on updates, changes, edits to the proposed budget to come up with your recommended budget. Especially for new board members, I always like to say, not the last bullet point, as far as motions are concerned, not every year do we have official motions. Like a board member, I move to add this. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. We always just like to say, try to avoid amendments to amendments because that process can get somewhat confusing and convoluted. So, and then, as I mentioned earlier, we ideally we're finished by Wednesday. It's going to be a continuation of the regular board meeting on Tuesday, tomorrow. There's two main documents that we will have related to the recommended budget. One will be a memo outlining changes between proposed and recommended from Dr. Meinert. And then there will be, the second document is a resolution with suggested motion language. And then it'll have the numbers, the actual official numbers for that recommended budget. From what we do tonight, Michelle and myself will put together drafts of those two documents to have ready tomorrow based on progress that we make tonight. If there's obvious consensus on certain points, we're going to incorporate those into these documents. And then we'll continue that work tomorrow. If we're not wrapped up tonight, and we do more work tomorrow, again on Wednesday, we'll have the documents re-updated with information coming out of tomorrow night's meeting as well. So I think one of the main things we want to stress is this isn't the end of the process. There will still be a process that the board will go through between the recommended budget and the approved budget. And so hopefully that helps folks, just kind of mentally planning for wrap up by Wednesday, and that it's not the end of the process. We still have time to make changes and updates to the budget. Couple of just high level recommendations from administration, from Dr. Meinert and myself, based on the lapse that the borough has made. Our recommendation is to avoid additional grabs on fund balance and budgeting for vacancies. Between the two right now, we're at about $3.7 million. Our recommendation is to avoid additional deficits added to that FY27 budget, and maybe a different angle of focusing on the local contribution request and what that could potentially be, as opposed to adding to the deficit position of the budget. And with that, I think that's the last slide. So I didn't have a question slide, but we'll stand for any questions if the board has any.
Ms. Maple?
My first one was just to confirm that in the proposed budget now, does include the 1.7. Okay.
Correct.
And can I ask one more? No. Can I just ask where, and I apologize if it was answered at the last meeting, but I didn't write it down. Where I know they're not in the recommended budget, but they're in the balancing act, the HR tech and the comm specialist. I'm not talking close enough to my mic. I was curious about those two positions, and they're not in the recommended budget, but where they came from?
So they are towards the very bottom in the district-wide category. There is additional district ADC district-wide positions. It should show up on my screen.
Are you asking why they're in balancing act?
Oh,
Yes, if those were like identified needs by administration, just how they ended up on the.
Yeah.
How many of them are from us?
The human resources tech was something that I identified as one of those additional items for consideration for the board. It's something that our union partners have asked for a long time, in terms of a place to add at the ADC, helping onboard new staff members, and specifically seeing a lot of emergency certificated teachers and international teachers that require significant support compared to past teachers coming into our system. And then the communications specialist, something that we've talked about at the table before. And then Ms. Julian brought that forward as something she would like to see in balancing act.
I have more, but I can go back in the queue.
Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know if you have this answer. I did not prep this question in advance, but the rate at which our borough assessments have increased will decrease the amount that the state necessarily gives us because of the because our tax base has increased through borough assessments. I'd like to know what that difference is, and you don't need to tell me right now. I'd like to know what that difference is from the tax base from this year or the current year to the next year, and how much that deficit is. And yes,
I have that answer.
you do. And then what I'd like is that answer to be added into the local contribution so that we can increase the local contribution to the amount to reflect the increase to the tax base. If 64 million doesn't cover it, then I'd like the local contribution to go up to the amount that the tax base is reflective of.
Yeah, so that number for this year would be 1.7 million approximately. So yeah, that request would move. I'm going to jump over to local revenue and balancing act. That would be right now, the possible increase is 1.2 million. So it would be inputting an option for 64.5 million, what you're requesting. Okay, noted. Thank you.
I'd like that. Thank you.
Ms. Hull.
I have a question about sustainability. So we're looking at bringing in music teachers, and we're drawing from our general fund at 2.3 million. And my question is that sustainable year after year, or would we continually have to pull from our general fund in order to fund all of the things that we're looking at funding right now?
Unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball to tell you, how revenues are going to change in the future. And so I think that's the big question is, will we get additional revenue either from the borough or the state to cover some of these ongoing expenses that we're currently building into the budget? And I think you're pointing to elementary music, but there's a lot of other investments that wrap into that kind of go back and forth. And so, if everything stayed status quo and there was no change in revenue, then yeah, it would be a draw in the future on fund balance to keep those investments going.
Thanks. And that was just the first thing that came to mind because there's a lot of positions there, and I just want to make sure that we don't have to hire a whole bunch of staff and then in another year or two have to cut all of them again.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Do we know the current vacancy rate?
So right now, and I don't have a percentage rate, but right now what we're tracking is to be approximately district-wide to be under budget. So expenditures lower than budgeted by approximately $2.1 million district-wide across all employees.
Follow up?
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Carol Hubbard.
So if we, well, let me see, if we budget for 1.5% of vacancies, that would be roughly 2.4 million, which is a little bit more than where we are currently. And considering how many positions we're looking at investing in, would it seem reasonable to push toward that same threshold for next year?
So based on that $2.1 million, and we're currently at $1.4 million, my official recommendation would be not to go higher than that 1.4. I would be hesitant to push up higher than the 1.4 where we're at, simply because that's a more conservative approach. Do we know, are we going to have higher vacancies or lower vacancies next year? There's no way to tell. We do know that our vacancies have been decreasing consistently since we came out of COVID. But, do we know exactly how high our vacancy rates will be next year? No, we don't.
Okay, but the balance is currently 2 million?
That's what we're tracking for right now, to come in at the end of the year approximately 2.1 million under budget for salaries and benefits. And right now we're assuming 1.4 million for FY27.
I'm sorry, would you say that last statement again?
We're planning for $1.4 million in vacancies, salaries and benefits
Which is where the,
for FY27. And
okay,
for
okay.
current year FY26, we're trending for 2.1 million.
I guess I just wanted to ask, like, when we did this last year, were we on target last year, or were we off? I don't remember what we.
So for current year, we budgeted it was $1,040,000. So right now we're coming in, we're going to be about double that.
Okay.
So, but we've increased from 1 million to 1.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
And time will tell what next year will do as far as under budget or over budget.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Hopefully that's some good information just to decision make. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball. They're still a little bit out of my price range, the crystal balls. So waiting for them to go on sale.
We're going to go back to Ms. Maple, then, or I'm sorry, we're going to go to Mr. Doran, then back to Ms. Maple, and then Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with, could we make sure that the copy of those slides are put on our agenda and for the public, so when they go back, they can see them as well as we can. Staying on the vacancy, for clarification, you said that's 2.1 million less than budgeted for salaries and benefits. Is that due to vacancies? Or is that because of adjustments that have been made in terms of people actually higher rates versus the averages?
Yeah, it could be a combination of both, and there's no way for us to tell.
We do not know what we saved on vacancies.
Right. That's
Right,
changes on a daily basis. Yeah.
Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification. 'Cause I think that's an important
Yeah.
distinction. And we had more than greater vacancy rate for FY '25 than we had budgeted for, but that was a very special circumstance, primarily due to contracting out some services
Correct.
and
Yeah.
not being able to hire people for short-term jobs.
Oh.
But this year is very, very different. And so I'd still have a great concern about the vacancies and rate, and knowing that if we only budget positions we feel we need, we hope to retain people. And if we do, then that money comes out of general fund directly.
Correct.
Okay. And then if I might, one more and then put me back in the queue. I was very glad to see that when I went on the Balancing Act today, and to see that you're mentioned tonight, that the minimum, the initial proposal for negotiations for one of our associations is included. I am very concerned that we still have nothing included in the budget, but we know that there will be something there. And I think we need to be looking at that. It's very late getting into initial proposal exchanges, but um, what I'm concerned about is at least having something there that we need to have as a marker. And it could be higher, knowing that it can be higher depending upon where we actually wind up. But
Ms. Maple.
Um, comment and then question. On the vacancy, I just wanted to comment on I that last year it was at least the first time in recent history that that had been a conversation at the board level, if I'm not mistaken. And we talk a lot about, you know, needing something to be a trend, not a fluke, to be able to budget for it. And I just really appreciate that it was something brought to the table last year, something new that we discussed, and that now has made its place into the recommended budget. I just appreciate it. And then I didn't, one of the positions that I'd written down that I think there was other interest in seeing added into the budgeting act that I don't see, or the balancing act, is that CEC position. We'd heard about it that same day as the last meeting, so it was a very last minute request. And you did tell me how much it would cost, so I'm able to make it work in the tool, but I would love to see that as an individual option under secondary.
We'll add that in.
Is it? Am I missing it? And can I ask? I guess neither of those were questions. Actually, I'll ask a question now. Miss Gillum, to put you on the spot, can you better explain to me the registered apprenticeship position that's in there?
Yes. So the registered apprenticeship position that is in the Balancing Act tool would fund a ESSA tutor level position at a secondary school. And through that position, we would be able to hire a tutor for a school that would also then be eligible to possibly participate in the registered apprenticeship program that we have with UAF. Currently, what we're finding is that at the elementary level, we have a lot of ESSA positions where employees who are in those positions are also then able to participate in the apprenticeship program. However, at the secondary level, we don't have as many of those support level positions that serve outside of the special education classroom. And so if a teacher had the experience and credentials to be eligible for the registered teacher apprenticeship, but not be interested in a special education pathway, it would be very difficult for them to be able to participate in the registered teacher apprenticeship program. I'll also acknowledge that this is an issue across the nation for schools, that's what they're often seeing, is that at the secondary level, it's harder to have the earn while you learn model for secondary. So in our collaboration with UAF, this was an idea that came up that would be able to both support students in our schools through a possible tutor position, but also then have the opportunity for someone to be able to participate in the registered teacher apprenticeship.
Follow up, Ms. Maple.
So there's a few options for different numbers of those, none of which I think are in the actual recommended budget. Is that a position where, I know that often the conversation is something is better than nothing, but not always? Is this one where even if it were just one, that would make a significant impact?
Yes, one would make a significant impact for us to be able to try it and to see if it works. And we think we have current employees who would be eligible and interested, but through their current position are not in a student-facing position and thus aren't eligible for the apprenticeship. So yes, any would be greatly appreciated to see if we could make something work.
All right. Okay, sorry. So I have been neglecting Zoom. I want to go to Miss Hewitt, and then we'll come back into the boardroom. So Miss Hewitt.
Yeah, I have also a question about the registered apprenticeship. How many people do we have?
Miss Hewitt, you're breaking up a little bit there. Can you make sure that you're close to your mic? It's a little bit choppy. We really only heard the very first part of your sentence when you first started talking. If you can maybe type it in, and then someone can read that out for you, that might work. Sorry, Miss Hewitt. Let's, if it's all right,
Excuse
we'll.
She wants to know how many apprentices do we have now?
Thank you, Ms. Gillum.
Right now, we have 5 registered teachers apprenticeship. 3 of those are secondary teachers that are currently in emergency certified teachers, which is the pathway that we have been able to kind of have for secondary teachers, but isn't the ideal pathway for a registered apprenticeship, which is why we have the ask for this position. And then we have 2 elementary apprentices who are in the more traditional apprenticeship pathway, where they're in a support staff position working directly with their classroom teacher as their mentor.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Hewitt? Thank you. All right. We'll bring it back to Ms. Doolean.
Okay, thank you so much. My concern is really around the static numbers that are in here for budgeting for vacancies, as well as the numbers that are based on percentages, basically. So vacancies, and then also my assumption is that the FEA negotiations are potentially based on a percentage as well, but I could be wrong there. Anything that's based on a percentage, my question is, if we make significant changes beyond what has been recommended by the administration. So for example, if we lower PTR beyond what administration has recommended, if we add more positions beyond what the administration has recommended, is that enough of a change to then change the percentage static numbers, for example, in vacancies, or is it not much?
Yeah, I'm tracking with you, Ms. Doolean. So yes, there is a change. I would say the change isn't necessarily substantive relative to, the $195 million budget. So, an example might be, you brought up the cost for negotiations, the $1.7 million. That's not based on a percentage. That's based on a flat dollar amount per employee. So, using that as an example, yeah, if we were to add, let's say 15, if the board were to add, well, let's just say 10 more employees, then that would be the district has offered a $2,000 stipend payment, one-time payment. So that $2,000 with benefits would add approximately $24,000. So yes, it does impact, but I would say not to levels that are substantive. Did that answer your question?
It does. It's basically, yes, it will change it, but not enough.
Yeah, we can make adjustments to cover those increases within the budget.
I have an unrelated question, but another question related to budget.
Let's put you back in the queue. We've got a couple others waiting. Thank you. Mr. Dorn.
Okay, clarification and then to my question. To the chair, to Ms. Gillum, did I understand you saying that the apprenticeship program is not available to support staff who are, unless it's only available to them if they are currently working with students? So we've had lots of people in other areas. I'm thinking food service people in a lot of places. They started different areas and then they were able to move to certified or to classroom. So who's the eligible group?
Yes, they have to be in a student-facing position, so they have to work directly with students on a every day or many days of the week basis. So they can, because the way the apprenticeship is structured, the mentor has to report as they're meeting on the job competencies, and there have to be opportunities for them to both demonstrate what they're learning and have that evaluation piece. So yes, they has to be a student-facing position.
Within the classroom.
Yes, yes. Or
Okay.
the school, they could serve the whole school as a tutor, and thus would still be in a student.
Right, but within a class. Okay, so I mean, I'm thinking, okay, food service is
Yes,
not,
yes,
they're seeing
instructional.
students every day, but they're not, custodian, day custodians working with students every day, so they cannot move under this program. And I will just say that even though it's limited, I think any effort that we can do to help people move to certified positions is definitely to their benefit and our benefit, and therefore the students. So my question then is, I'd like to put on the table reducing the middle school PTR by 1. And the reason for it, I've got several reasons. One is parity. We are looking, and I highly supportive of these, of reducing the elementary PTR from 26 to 23. For the high school going from 32 to 30. So in the case we're reducing it by 3, we're reducing it by 2 in the middle school, and the proposed it's only by 1. And I would suggest that we reduce it by 2 for parity purposes. And also in terms of what middle schools are doing, we've asked them to do, they're doing, and they're taking on the whole literacy efforts. That was piloted, actually. The testimony we heard earlier was from somebody who was highly involved in piloting that at one of our middle schools. All our middle schools are doing it. And when I've gone to visit and see what they're doing with those variations on literacy, primarily focused on the reading language aspect of it, although there's also needs for math. But they have really taken that on, and there is a significant staffing piece with that. In asking specifically, okay, getting a reduction, what does it do? It doesn't move the needle very much with 29. 28, it starts to move the needle a little bit, or would appear to. The other aspect of it, why I'm in favor of making that shift to the middle school PTR, is they are very much still dealing, as all of our schools are, the continuing impacts of COVID. We recognized immediate years after that we had the kids who were impacted by COVID. They missed some learning opportunities. They missed some social opportunities. But as they've moved up, we're making progress. Teachers are working really hard. Students are working really hard. And I'm seeing great things in the classrooms, but there's still those impacts. And that, when I look at the middle school in particular, what they're picking up, um, there's still makeup time for many of our students, both on the academic and the social aspect that impacts them. So with the middle school on that parity issue, there are significant literacy efforts, and that continued impact is something that I think is really, really important. I'll have a related thing later on, but it's that middle school PTR that I really think deserves better parity. So I would go from 29 to 28 on that and put that on the table. To 27, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, 29 to 27.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Sorry, I just was trying to keep up with Tim. I had a question about, hold on just a second. I'm sorry. I was wanting to ask Ms. Gillum a question about the registered apprentice program. If the people who are going to be in this program, if they're already employed, they're already employed with us, right? Okay. So what are we adding? I guess, can you explain what this pays for? I guess I'm just not clear what it pays for.
It would pay for a new position to exist at a secondary school, or however many secondary schools you added, for there to be a school-wide tutor, so they could be in a student-facing instructional position, as Mr. Doran clarified, and then could also participate in the apprenticeship program.
So we would add 56,000 to their.
So they would be shifting out of their current position into a new position. So if the assumption I'd be making in my head is maybe they work for our district, but they are not in a position in a school that would be conducive to participating. So for example, maybe they're, because we've had this situation come up, an administrative secretary in a building, whether that's, an elementary school building, a middle school, or a high school. That's not a student-facing position. They're interested in pursuing a secondary teaching credential, not a special education, not an elementary credential. And so they need to be in a secondary school able to work with a core classroom area teacher where they would be qualified in, or they would have to have a bachelor's degree already in that area. So this would be adding a new position that people would be eligible to apply for to potentially then be an apprentice in that secondary pathway.
Okay, so then we'd need to fill that position. Okay, so it is actually adding okay, I got it. Thank you.
Ms. Hull.
Yes, have we identified if there's a pattern of where the vacancies are in our district?
So at a high level, a majority of them in the past have been in the special ed arena, both certified and classified. We do have more than anecdotal evidence that efforts we've been making in the classified arena have reduced the vacancies dramatically. We haven't been able to apply similar action to certified because of contract issues. But we've been making great strides to reduce the vacancies in SPED. And yeah, we do have significant vacancies also in the food services department. But other than that, I wouldn't necessarily.
And then instructionally, some higher level sciences. And so Lathrop has struggled with hiring a chemistry teacher the last couple years. And then this year we did start our school year down 8 elementary teachers, I think. Now that's not a trend, but that was an area this year that was a larger vacancy area that we would have liked to have seen. So.
Okay, Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask, I actually have a point of process clarification because I appreciated Mr. Doran's remarks just now, but my understanding, are we asking questions right now and then going to start advocating for the things that we're wanting to go for?
I think it's both and all. um, it certainly makes sense to ask questions, but I think it's fine to put things on the table at this point as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, well then with that, I'm going to stick with questions for the moment. Do we have enough? I'll ask this question, then you can put me back in. Do we have enough space to lower PTR in middle school to what Mr. Doran just talked about, to go to 27 versus 28? And then that same question is for specifically TIC and North Pole E, if we lower elementary PTR to 22 in elementary.
So I'll tackle the middle school, and then I'll let Kate LaPlante talk about elementary a little bit because she's been digging into that at North Pole E and Tigasuk. But middle school, yes, I don't think that there would be any issue with that. I was actually exploring that PTR reduction in my proposed budget and just didn't get there with where our revenues were at the time. Now having an additional $930,000 on the table, I would probably have added that myself. So yeah, not a space concern at our secondary schools. And then I'll have Kate talk about the work that we've done at our elementary schools.
Overall, I think that most elementary schools could absolutely accommodate that. We already have some folks sharing, like speech language pathologists and school counselor or school psychologists. We could have additional folks share. I do think that for Tigasuk and for North Pole E, it would become a little bit more of a difficulty. When we consolidated this time, we had to also consolidate and move more district-wide special education programs, and both of those schools took on multiple classrooms for special education purposes, along with increasing the overall classroom space. So particularly TIC, I think, would be something we'd have to look carefully at, but also North Pole E would be a place where we'd have to look. Kathy Push says that they have room for 22, and she's slated to have 21 classrooms next year.
Follow up, Ms. Julian.
And then in the vein of also advocating to what Mr. Doran started, I am going to advocate to, thank you for using the word, I'm going to steal it, to create some parity in our district, because we right now have charter schools that are holding their, and also recruiting a lot of students with this in mind. Our class sizes are capped at 22, are capped at 22, are capped at 22. If you are a parent and you have a new child and they're coming into kindergarten and you want to do the best that you can for your child, you are hearing that rallying cry from our charter schools, regardless if the curriculum is a fit for your child or not, regardless if the school is a fit for your child or not. It's those class sizes that are driving a lot. So to create a competitive space for our neighborhood elementary schools, and also to create parity so that all students who attend public school in this district, whether they are at a neighborhood elementary school or at a charter or a public charter school, that they have small class sizes regardless of where they're going to go. So I would like to level that playing field, and I'm going to advocate pretty hard to lower our elementary PTR. And I also would throw my support towards Mr. Doran as well to lower middle school by 1 as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Maple, and then I have myself in the queue, and then we'll go to Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I asked for the counselors to be added into the budget, and I wanted to just take the opportunity to explain where my suggested add backs came from, and to just start that conversation, I suppose. For the secondary counselors, I would support adding all of them, but specifically the two that I had spoken to were the Hutch and Randy. It's 0.5 FTE to each school because each one currently there's somebody split between the two of them, and I just wanted to share that in talking with counselors, the and learning about how a 0.5 FTE counselor can actually function in a school where, their caseload isn't there 0.5% of the time, or 50% of the time rather, that it ends up that while there might be, if we're talking about the ratios of counselors to students, it might match up with like the ratio happening at another middle school or another high school. But the reality of where the work then falls when one person is only there half time it looks a lot different. And hearing from the full-time positions, um, it sounds like making those positions whole, that the impact for student support and literal time to have students in the office would increase really significantly. So I, looking at the broader budget, I don't have any qualms with any of those, but I would really like to see if we are able to fund adding any counselors back. Priority be put on those two part-time positions where it's split between Hutch and Randy. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. So I have myself in the queue, and I will, since counselors were just mentioned, I will speak to that as well. I would like to add back those half positions. I am curious, would it be feasible to add one half of a position, or do we kind of need to add both half positions back in order to make it make sense?
Adding partial FTEs work. So depending on, where that ends up, we deal with that all the time at the secondary level and splitting those FTEs. Now it does kind of wind up sometimes in an area that Miss Maple was talking about where it's a shared position between schools, but sometimes it also makes people whole. So it kind of depends on how many partial FTEs we're adding back.
Okay. For secondary counselors right now, are there any part-time positions? Is there any filled position that is only part-time?
Yes, Star of the North Secondary has a 0.5 position, and North Pole Middle also has a 0.5 position. However, that person also is a 0.5 teacher, so they're full-time in their FTE. They just split their day at the same building between teaching and counseling.
So if we added a half a position, we could potentially add that to an existing position to give someone a full-time, a full FTE. Is that, am I following that correctly?
Yeah, yes, we could do that if I
If that
think
works
that,
out
yeah.
for the person.
Yes, I think for this particular person, it's one person split between two buildings. So if you were to add a partial position, it would be determining which building had a full-time position and which building had a half-time position.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Thank you. I'll just speak to this real quick and then I'll put myself back in the queue, but I have been speaking with secondary school counselors, and there's a lot of concern about increased need for support, mental health support in particular, and that starting to interfere with the ability to provide the academic counseling that that our secondary school counselors are also as part of their job duties. I've talked extensively with counselors at West Valley, and it seems like there is a need there. So I am going to be advocating to add back a half counselor and 0.5 FTE at Randy Smith and a full FTE at West Valley. For the counselors. And I will leave it at that for now, put myself back in, and we'll go to Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thank you. On transportation, I'm going to jump down to the bottom. I'm curious about, as I was looking through the month ending February expenditures, I wanted to kind of get a bit of an explanation about that line, the student transportation fund line, just to kind of see where we are. I kind of understand it, but I'd like it for public just to kind of go through that line and explain, do we have we met the budget? Are we below? Are we above? And then we could maybe project on to next year.
Yeah. So are you referencing the report in the board packet that shows the transportation
Yes.
budget? Yeah. So just FYI for the board and then the public, those expenditures don't necessarily happen in a linear fashion month by month. But what we do know is that we run approximately between a $2 and $2.5 million deficit in that fund when we compare revenue we receive from the state. We receive a state transportation grant of approximately $10 million, and our expenditures run around $12.5 million, depending on the number of routes that we're running each year. So that's where we anticipate landing at the end of the current year. Current year, the general fund is passing $2 million over to the transportation fund. We had $800,000 at the end of the year in fund balance. So that creates a $2.8 million cushion for current year. So if we were to run a $2 million deficit this year, we'd have again $800,000 left. If we run a $2.5 million deficit, we'll have $300,000 left. That's kind of how the math will work. So for FY27, we have a planned $1.2 million transfer. We've dropped to $800,000 from the $2 million down to 1.2. And just depending on how those numbers shake out, that kind of helps you do some high level math. But certainly it's within the realm of possibility that with that $1.2 million transfer, we could end up in the negative at the end of FY27, which there's no huge problem with that. We've ran in the negative with different fund amounts all throughout our history. So no, but again, that $1.2 million isn't necessarily a large transfer relative to the deficits that we're running currently. Hopefully I answered your question. There's some moving parts there, but we run just for board's high level information, we run about a $2.5 million deficit each year in that fund.
So question to clarify. So if we were to choose not to subsidize transportation at all, and we have a $2.8 million cushion, that would still leave us with.
Sorry.
That's okay, but it would leave us with 0.8 or we would not?
So we're talking two different time periods.
Oh,
So current year FY26 is
Mhm.
one time period, and then it gets a little confusing because we're talking again FY26 is what the $2.8 million will be available for. So at the end of this year, we're going to have somewhere between my estimation 300,000 and 800,000, somewhere in that range at the end of FY26. So now this budget, we're planning for FY27 and the $1.2 million transfer. So it's going to be the 1.2 million plus whatever's left over at the end of FY26 would be available to bridge the gap in FY27. Hopefully
Okay,
this is making sense.
I think so. So the available budget on this, just on this report, just says 761. And so that's where you're saying about 800,000, roughly.
Yeah, it could be, yes. I estimated more between 300 and 800. Well, sorry, I'm not looking at the number you're referencing.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I'm just trying to understand where we're at.
Yeah, if the board chooses to forego the $1.2 million transfer in FY27, it's a certainty we'll have a significant deficit in transportation at the end of FY27. That becomes a certainty. It'll be 7 figures.
Did I see at one time, though, we had a $900,000 balance in transportation somewhere? Was that on why is that ringing a
800
bell?
and some odd thousand it's the year-end fund balance. That's the amount we have in savings in transportation at the end of FY25
Okay,
available for this year.
but we're already spending it.
We very well could be spending it, yeah.
Okay,
My estimation is we'll spend a portion of that,
I see.
800,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Hewitt on Zoom.
Hey, sorry to jump questions. I had a question about the adding back the instrumental music teachers. If we add 8 versus 6 versus 4.
I think the question was, and we heard you pretty well there. You just broke up for a second, but I think the question is the impact to the music program if we add 6 or 4 instead of the 8 that's proposed.
So it depends on how much you want, how broad you want the reach to be. With 4 teachers added back, we could definitely have an impact at the elementary level and reintroduce a level of instrumental music at elementary schools. With 6, we can do that and maybe have an impact at the middle schools. With 8, we can reach the elementary, middle, and high schools and do some balancing that would impact the entire music program district-wide.
Ms. Hewitt, any follow-up?
No, thank you.
Yep. Okay. We're going to go to Ms. Dulian, then Mr. Doran, and then Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I'm going to continue on with the conversation around transportation. I am going to recommend that we put a $0 subsidy in, and this is why. Because last week, the borough just took $11.4 million, and they they attest that we shall not have savings in transportation. We shall not have savings in our health risk fund. We shall not have savings in food services. We shall not have savings. We know that the state doesn't provide enough money for transportation to what is needed to serve the students of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District. We know that it costs, what was it, 2.4 million more? Yeah.
Correct.
$2.4 million more. We had money in fund balance to pay. I am not in favor of spending any money that needs to go into our operations, especially during a year that we are trying to retain and attract educators more than we have right now by adding back to our classrooms, by lowering class sizes potentially, by adding really important things that are going to impact student outcomes and learning. I think that it's incredibly important for us to talk to the borough and ask for targeted funding. The money is there for targeted reasons around facilities, around non-instruction things. That's $11.4 million less than we had a week ago. I do not want to not invest in our classrooms and save money for transportation when the borough said that we should not have money saved for transportation, and so much so that they took $11.4 million last week. So I am going to suggest that we do not add any money that is intended to go to classrooms and education into a transportation subsidy, because I believe that the borough, just as the state does targeted funding, the borough could, on top of a local contribution, do a targeted fund into our transportation needs to help cover the needs of our student transportation to school.
Mr. DeGraw.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't disagree with your comments, Ms. Julian. I won't necessarily give an opinion on what the assembly is saying or what individual assembly members are saying. What I will speak to is what the ordinance does, right? So what the ordinance does is, if the district is holding this, if we're within the state limitation of $20 million, which we are, the ordinance is saying the district can hold, aside from that, and all of the rest of the funds that they tally up, $3 million more dollars. So if you simply just say $3 million additional in the risk fund, that's a fund that $40 million passes through every single year. We've had $2 to $3 million over the last 6-7 years in that fund. That after that, correct, the ordinance says the district is not allowed by ordinance to hold any more dollars in any more funds. So I will agree with you in that that's what the ordinance imposes on the school district. What I will say, the risk of the scenario that and I'm not disagreeing with it, I'm just making sure the board understands the ramifications of different decisions and different paths that we take moving forward. The danger is that if we start running significant deficits in, let's say, the transportation fund or the food service fund, then the risk there is adding more current demands on the general fund to subsidize those activities. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. There's an understanding of that. I'm just, I guess, stating it for the public that, yeah, there would arise a tremendous need and an immediate need to fund and an immediate liability to fund those services, or those services would fall by the wayside. So I don't disagree at all with the scenario that you painted there. Just want to make sure the risks we're aware of the risks of deleting subsidies to those. It would be the transportation fund currently, and then the need is going to arise, if we've talked a little bit in the past about a need eventually for a subsidy to the nutrition services fund. So I appreciate those comments, though.
I do have one I have a follow-up just to let you know that I understand that this is a risk. However, I'm looking at the actions that have been taken from our borough, which is unique. And I'll say that which is unique
Yes,
to all other school districts within the state of Alaska.
correct.
We are within the state statute. We have always been within the state statute of what we can hold. However, our borough ordinance and discourages us to be fiscally responsible.
Correct.
So I am sitting here now saying there's one to all the points that have been made around the table. We are in negotiations. We need to retain, we need to recruit educators and support staff. We need to make sure that we are stabilizing and rebuilding our schools. And we, this board and previous boards, have made very fiscally responsible decisions that have set us up to be able to do so. And last week, 11.4 million was taken from our accounts, our unrestricted, and you'll see when it goes through the budget transfer, but our unrestricted accounts, which adds risk into this budget. So although I am very fiscally conservative, I do not want to put any money into a transportation subsidy and put our district in a position where next year the borough could swipe more money from us. I would much rather ask the borough for direct support to cover the gap in transportation funding outside and beyond the local contribution. The point that I'm trying to make here is that there's $1.2 million of this budget that I do not want to put into a savings account that could be swiped by the borough next year or years in the future. I want to make sure that all of the money that we have possible is put towards direct educational outcomes that we can control by investing in our classrooms, in our students, in the programs, and in the staff and the educators that support and surround them.
Mr. Doran.
Couple of things. Thought that occurred to me when the idea of reducing elementary PTR to 22 was to raise the question of a satellite elementary, particularly around the two schools that would be most impacted space-wise, Dick and North Pole E. We have a building directly between the two of them. I mean, well, it's not the old, it's still the Midnight Sun building that would have room that one could do a satellite. And we have done that in the past. We had a Tanana satellite, for instance, over at the old Gina Elementary building while Gina Elementary was operating at the same time. And then with a charter school there. So it's not something that's out of the box, but not commonly done. But if that was a primary space need, I would ask that be looked at and considered if we were able to get to looking in terms of 22 at the elementary, that as we get smaller classes, it's more staff, it's smaller groups. When we do, tutoring needs, I would even trade off tutors to get another teacher in the classroom. So putting that out there. The question is, in terms of looking at school needs and prioritize needs, over the last couple of weeks, thinking in terms of the instrumental music teachers. Or program, not the teachers, the program. I like it. Okay, it's a very popular thing, but it occurs to me as I think I've reflected on it, is to ask the question of, is that our priority? Or do we have other priority needs? Is it something that if we put music, instrumental teachers assigned that to certain schools, could they use that position for greater needs, whether it is at the elementary literacy, and when I talk about literacy, I'm talking uh, reading and math, language and math, because we know those are needs there, and and we've all, many of us have been there in doing that. If we look at the instrumental and even some of the other positions as an individual piece, very, very defensible, and more so than just defensible. But in terms of the needs, in terms of middle schools and conversations around explorations in CTE, some of our middle schools have a fairly robust CTE component in certain areas, but could broaden that out in terms of explorations. So it came up at our last previous meeting about, having two of those positions proposed within the instrumental. At middle school, it does give them more elective, but does it broaden things out? And I'm not arguing against them. I'm just raising the priority of with limited money, where our need is. I would like us to get to those instrumental returns, and I really like the invigorated conversation around it. Not just doing what we always did, but doing it differently and doing it better. That is absolutely significant. But I'm just trying to weigh out, and similar, I guess, to the discussion we had a little bit last year, that it'd be great to have a swim instructor at the two of our middle schools that had access to pools. But if the pool is not open, that's not good use of planning. But they could use a teacher position in their school. So I'm just looking at where our priority needs are and how that is. So putting that question out there. Do we have actual feedback from teachers, from principals and schools, not just on, oh, this is a good program to have. If we could do this, oh yes, and these are ideas how we would do it, but is that their highest priority for the staffing? And if you don't have an answer, that's okay.
I mean, I have an answer.
I always have answers too.
So, yeah, a lot of conversation goes into the proposed budget with teachers, principals, community members on wants and needs and things that they're hoping for in their schools. And so, when I included instrumental music, that is something that both community members and family members talk about quite often, and can be a pretty big differentiator between other options that families have. And so that is one of those things that, as people look at our neighborhood schools, if you start to add comprehensive educational components back, like instrumental music or ELP or some of these other options that aren't easily attained with other school choice options, those are the things that I feel like are sticky and bring students back to our schools, and even get at some of that dual enrollment piece for families where maybe they just come for music or a couple other things, which we still pick up some funding for. And so I do think, the board is going to have some difficult decisions and weighing different investment options. And but I do feel strongly, it did make it into the proposed budget based on a lot of conversations that we've had for kind of hopes and dreams of what people would like added back into our educational system. I do think lowering PTR is a great goal, and the proposed budget definitely accomplishes some of that goal and gets to the state target. I differ a little bit in my philosophy that I don't think as many parents are saying we need it to be at 22 versus 23, because in reality at the neighborhood schools are not like charter schools where we cap each individual classroom at 22. So there might be, even if we get to a PTR of 22, there's still very likely going to be a class of 26 or 27, and there might be a class of 18. And so parents at the neighborhood schools aren't necessarily as attuned to that exact number, but they certainly feel it when class sizes shift up and down. But man, if we could lower PTR plus add some of these sticky components back to our neighborhood schools that people want to have as part of a more robust and comprehensive educational experience, that's something that I would like to offer families.
Thank you. An ongoing thought process.
Okay, I have Miss Carol Hubbard, then Miss Maple, then Miss Hull, and then Miss Julian, and I'll pop myself in there just for fun.
And then maybe we could have a break.
Sure. Go ahead, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Okay. Let's see. I wanted to speak in support of lowering elementary PTR to 22. I think that is a really great idea. I like the idea of competing, well, not competing, but meeting that the charter and you know, it just seems to be the buzz right now is like the lower the classroom sizes, that's what parents want, and that's so I agree with that. I also agree with Mr. Doran's proposed reduction to 27 at the middle school. I also have every single counselor selected. So I've got that space filled. I would like to propose that we restore 2 other schools. I'd like to propose Barnett to go back to restore the 2.5 teachers that they lost last year or the year before. And I would also like to propose that we restore Salcha by adding a middle school and a SBST out there. And it doesn't necessarily, I'm flexible on that, whether it's a health assistant, a tutor, or a behavioral support technician. But they have specifically asked us for the middle school and to expand into middle. And I think that's probably a really good idea, considering how remote they are and that there aren't any other options for them. I think this would be a really positive thing for their school. And can I add one more thing? I do, was Miss Gillum, were you talking about music or was it Miss LaPlante? LaPlante, okay. I was questioning your comment. You said, and maybe I missed it, you said 4 would definitely help elementary school for music teachers. 6 would impact middle school, and you said 8 would impact high school. But in the budget tool, we have high school, we have secondary in a different position, and then we have 8 in elementary. So then I was sort of going, well, I was a little confused about your meaning behind that.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the last work session, we talked a little bit about music, and in my proposed budget, I had 8 elementary school teachers proposed.
Mhm.
In follow-up conversations that we've had with teachers and principals and refining the plan, it's our recommendation to split that. So 4 at the elementary level and 4 at the secondary level. So 2 at middle, 2 at high school, and then 4 at the elementary for a total of 8 FTE.
Okay, so then just to clarify, if we select 8 on the elementary, then we would select 0 on the other 2 and just take 8 and you all divide it as you decide.
I mean, you could do that, or you can select 4 at the elementary and then 4 at the secondary level, and that would give you the same FTE allocation. And that's the way that
Beautiful.
eventually in the recommended and approved budget, it would be best to have displayed.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, would it be okay if we took a break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break right now.
Thank you.
Is 5 enough for everyone? Yeah, okay, 5 minutes. We'll be back at 6:33. All right, it is 6:38 p.m. We doubled our break time. We're going to bring this work session back to order. And next in my queue, I had Miss Maple. Do you want me to come back to you, Miss Maple?
Take anything on my list. I wanted to ask if the Hutch add back, if I asked at the last meeting specifically about it being CTE, and then had a conversation with a Hutch teacher. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. About if that position could be broadened to not be specific to CTE, but with the specific goal of increasing CTE offerings, if that makes sense.
Like, because maybe it would mean making a CTE position whole, which I think is one of the examples that Miss Gillum actually used it the last time. And maybe that's moot, and if it is, then we don't have to talk about it. I just want to make sure that we don't put our Hutch principal in a position that the add back doesn't allow him to actually do its best. So is that
Yes.
legal room he'd be given it?
Yes. Yeah. And that was a specific example we used last time, is that we could use partial allocations to restore CTE teachers at Hutch that have lost certain sections because of reductions in PTR.
And then can I ask another? I just wanted to, I think Miss Carol Hubbard brought up SALTCHA, and I wanted to, I should have, sorry. I have added, like in my budget, I have 387,000 allocated or budgeted there, and I kind of felt the same as Miss Carol Hubbard suggested, that I would like to see some reinvestment, but I also don't want to pretend that I know what the best picture of that is. I think the administration and the staff in that building know that, so I selected a variety of costs. But as I've been budgeting, I've just kind of been looking at that more as a number and wanting to invest something back in SALTCHA, and letting experts make those decisions. But I align with Ms. Carol Hubbard and what she said about reinvesting. I don't remember how many positions she said, but I'm around 350,000. That's not a question either, but that's my comment.
Ms. Hull.
Thank you. So I wanted to talk about music for a second, because life would be flat without it. But we're talking about the 4 teachers for elementary instrumental, and I just want to clarify, because I believe that we said in a prior meeting that it would be for 5th graders and it would be an option, but it wouldn't be a pullout. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is the current plan. It would happen during 5th grade general music, and it would be a choice that students could make. It's kind of what we're trying to head towards, is that it's planned. So for example, I can partner elementary schools, one having their 5th grade prep in the morning and another having their 5th grade prep in the afternoon. And in that way, one teacher can actually get to easily 2 schools within the week, potentially even 3. We also saw that we could use a little bit of FTE from the high schools to take like one section for some of the larger groups. So I think I would actually get it down to most teachers would have 2 schools that they would visit, and there'd be plenty of time within those 2 schools within that week for them to see the students during their general music time, and then maybe offer some additional smaller groups during recess and or lunch, and then maybe once a week have a larger group at recess where they had the whole ensemble together. So I think that there's a variety of ways to do it if they're available to the school, and we focus on borrowing them from general music. They're still getting music, but they're not coming out of the math or the reading or the science or the other content areas. If we're going to borrow time from content areas, I figure music should borrow from music.
And then I just wanted to make a comment that I would also support the PTR of 27 in middle school, the 22 in elementary school, and I also support adding to SALTCHA, whether that or middle school and another position to help them out there. And that's all I have to say right now. Thanks.
Ms. Julian.
Okay, I'm going back to my questions. Okay, so on the and I was looking at future agendas. On the May 5th draft agenda for our board, there is an agenda item for us to consider increasing all non-represented personnel by 3% in fiscal year 26. But I think that might be
It's a holdover from,
it's a holdover.
yeah.
Is it? Okay.
So important to note for the board now has access to draft agendas. We hold things over from last year so we can remember when we did certain things. So no recommendation right now for non-rep employees.
Okay, then that answers that question.
All right, I have myself in the queue. I'll limit myself to 2 subjects since I haven't spoken much. I did want to speak to music. I think I'm very excited about the idea of music, but I did kind of have similar thoughts as Mr. Dorn had expressed earlier. Is this really the top priority right now? And in the budget that I had put together over the weekend, I had added a total of 6 positions rather than 8. Uh, with that kind of consideration in mind, that there are other things that I wanted to prioritize personally, and those things included, as I mentioned earlier, counselors. But I wanted to also just speak to the big uncertainties that are still in our budget, and I'm very, very much reluctant to draw more on fund balance or increase the vacancy rate. So let me get to something more substantial here. I'm going to talk about SALCHA. I spent some time talking with the head teacher over the past week, and I think I do have a pretty good idea of how he would prioritize staffing out there. You might have noticed some positions were added to the SALCHA area. That was on my request. Following that discussion, it really sounds like that community believes that adding a middle school would actually help the community quite a bit, and potentially increase enrollment even at lower grade levels, based on apparently the discussions that have been had out there in the community. Hard to predict, but that is coming from the community, and I would support at this point in time going to a K-8 by adding that middle school teacher. The other priorities that I heard, really the top priority that was expressed was a classroom tutor or instructional aid. Are those interchangeable terms? Yeah. So an instructional aid, which would, as I understand it, help that head teacher to kind of cover some of the administrative duties that that come along with being a head teacher. An additional need was more support for SPED students. And so there was a suggestion, right now they have a SPED para, but not a certified position. So even a half FTE or potentially less than a half FTE SPED teacher would help them quite a lot. And then my other priority for SALCHA would be to add a full-time position that splits PE and music, so, or a half FTE for each of those. That's what I've got marked down to add back to SALCHA. I would include more if I could afford it, but that's what I was able to get to in the budget that I put together and what I would advocate for. And I will leave it there for now. And Mr. Doran, you're next.
Okay, thank you. So I'll start with the what I call them remote sites. So SALCHA falls into that. Was mentioned in the introductory slides. Charters that I would really like to ask that we get a plan before we start funding something. What my concern is that last year, the decision was to reduce the, the total cost of Salcha, have some reduced model for Salcha. But really very little plan went into it. And that wasn't anybody's fault. It was just, as we got down to decisions, it was, well, okay, and the board deciding basically this amount of money and what can you get for it? What do you do? And they did it. And they have worked really, really hard. We potentially have 2 remote sites within our district environments, 2 buildings that operate within really more remote locations. And I think that it's viable for us to really look at a remote site. And I use that as a generic term. We haven't used it in this district before, but we have certainly addressed those areas with fewer staffings. We've had head teachers, we've had shared principals, and we've had full-time principals. Having been principal at a small site with a teaching load, I was a principal, full-time principal with a teaching load. Depends on how districts do that. There is not much difference in the work that one does. You're still covering all the bases. But that being said, I think that Salcha, we should have a plan for it, not just, oh, well, whether it should be K-8, whether it should stay K-5, whether it should have some additional supports. We have, historically as a district, tried to make every one of our schools have the same services. That's laudable, in terms of having part-time counselor traveling, part-time, people, PE, et cetera, traveling to the further sites, sharing schools. But whether we can do a better job with that. So I'm looking again at that reinvigoration, that re-envisioning, not just doing what we always did, but doing something better. And I think a lot of thought this year is just in recent input from Salcha area has, revitalized some thinking about what can we do, how should this be. I think we need to do that rather than just simply say, oh, let's fund it. That being said, my realistic question is, we have to do this budget, and we won't know the budget until June to implement 2 months later. Where are we really going? What's the plan to move forward to have a sustainable, authentic school situation? I think we can have a different model in lots of ways. You look at the Salcha community, you look at True Rivers community, you can look at some other communities, Esther community. They have their own flavor within our borough. And they don't all do the same things. And people have chosen to live there to do things differently. So I think it's an opportune time for us, and I would really ask that if we look at some adjustments, that we have some definitive plan how we're going to move forward with those, and particularly in this case with remote sites. Similarly with our 2 magnet schools, I'd like out of this budget to really conversations to get them to commitments to actually come up with what is a current model that they're doing. It has been kicked down the road multiple years, have been acknowledged that things are outdated after 20 years. And I was thinking the importance, I always used to kind of work off the accreditation model, which really said, every 10 years, you should be really looking at what you're doing, do a real self-assessment and where you should be going. What do you want to change? What do you want to keep? Those types of things. What do you want to add? We haven't kept up with that with our magnets, and I would say a remote model kind of falls within that type of thing, and they could be magnets themselves. I mean, but I'm concerned we do the conversations that come up at this year, but we really don't know what we're funding. We're saying, okay, well, here's a position, or we're either cutting a position or adding a position, but we don't really know in what context currently. So that's my ask. And a thing that's weighing on my mind as I think in terms of, well, okay, if we add a position here or add a position there, what is the real context for that? It may simply be, or I shouldn't say simply, it may be to buy the time to actually do the planning we need to do. And in relation to our strategic plan that we accepted, but now we have to figure out how it plays out and implements over a 5-year period. But anyway, that's my comments within a question, and then put me back in the queue.
Sure.
Dr. Meyer.
I'll respond a little bit to that. So Ms. LaPont has been doing work with elementary principals on planning and focus areas in terms of what a plan looks like for their school. Are there different themes that they want to focus on? Does that mean if they have these themes that different staffing models are needed, different supplies, those types of things? And so that work is underway a bit. SALCHA is magnified a little bit because it's a small school, and so you don't have as much necessarily to work with right now. And so a part of that is to catch-22 a little bit for administration, because we don't want to develop a plan that the board is not necessarily supportive of funding. And so I do think the conversations that we're having right now is kind of the first steps in terms of, is there a different plan or a different model that we want to see from SALCHA built around some resources we're going to dedicate to that school. The way that SALCHA is currently operating is very similar to schools that I'm used to seeing in the Aleutians East or YK, where I've worked, that are rural centric and work for those areas. They don't have all of the extra investments that we're talking about tonight, but they do function at a high level. So if there's other areas or FTE that we want to dedicate to that school, I like the idea of leaving it a bit open-ended to work with that school community and the community on what and how they might use that position. So that doesn't necessarily have to be, this is a 2nd and 3rd grade position. Well, maybe it's something more robust that they want to develop under a model or a plan for that school.
Follow up, Mr. Dorn.
I just want to say I concur with your perspective. I also have been a principal of very remote schools, smaller and slightly larger than SALCHA, which is what informs kind of, you can offer a very, very good solid program. And if that's part of the commitment to say, okay, we will figure this out over, some time, at least preliminarily and further. So I'm not in disagreement over that, but I have not yet seen that in a look at adding staffing. So that's my concern at this point.
Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you again. I have a question about, I have 2 questions that are interrelated that will inform the recommendation that I make. So if I may, I'm going to ask a little bit more about fund balance, specifically for our health risk fund. So I know that this year in particular, our health risk fund, because of just the way that it is delayed in receiving the actual year-end reports and such, it really wasn't until this year towards October that we started to be able to see, we are in a sense in a net positive position. in our health risk fund due to claims being lower than they were, whether that is fewer claims because we have fewer people on the plan or fewer claims because we don't have people going to the doctor as much because their healthcare is more expensive or because they're just not going to the doctor as much. But there was a delay. So in understanding how that process works, I also understand that we wouldn't make adjustments in this fiscal year because, of course, we didn't realize the previous fiscal year until we were already into this fiscal year. So I'm anticipating, which I'm going to say, which is normal and also positive, that we might end this fiscal year in a net positive position for our health risk fund. Are we tracking to end this fiscal year in a net positive with our risk fund?
Yes. So at this moment in time, Ms. Dooling, I'm not prepared to provide an answer to that question, but we are in the process of getting that data. So you kind of described at a high level the challenges that we'll have. So we don't house the accounts. The borough doesn't even have the ability. We have our accounting software is called Munis. We can generate year-to-date revenue and expenditure reports kind of on demand. The borough doesn't have that set up that applies to the risk fund. So we're going to have to get basically spreadsheets that staff are holding and piecemeal together on the expenditure side. We can make estimates on the revenue side. Long story short, it's going to be a process for us to stand up the ability to get the information that you're asking about. We've started that process, and I anticipate having some general high-level ideas of where we might shake out here in the next 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
So, and to add, you kind of talked about the challenges that we faced last year as far as claim levels. I would add to that narrative the challenges that created the surplus in FY25. Add 2 items. One is significant stop loss reimbursements right at the end of the fiscal year, just shy of $2 million, $1.9 million. Impossible to anticipate that. And then additionally, we've seen significant savings in workers' comp claims. And that's been a 2 to 3 year process that we've had. We have our risk coordinator does excellent work, Ms. Rindlisbacher. She has stood up several different training and safety initiatives district-wide that have begun to bear fruit. And we saw about $1.7 million in lower workers' comp claims for FY27 as well. So broad ranging issues led to that surplus. And the reason why I bring it up is it highlights the challenge. There's no way you can anticipate in advance workers' comp claims. I mean, that's just there's not quick. The efforts you make as a district our size might take 2, 3, 4 years to start seeing things come to pass, benefits from different programs. And that's kind of what we've experienced, and just difficult to impossible to anticipate when they'll occur and at what degree they'll occur. But yeah, that's a long way of back to the original question. Hope to have some information within the 2 to 4 week time period specifically on the risk fund. But to your point, yes, it's certainly possible we'll end up in a net positive position again this year. There's just no way to tell.
Okay. And if I'm tracking fund balance from our previous conversations tonight, when we look at vacancies, we built in a $1 million, basically $1 million into a negative contingency for vacancies, but we're going to potentially be tracking at $2 million.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so that's what we're seeing right now. That's the projection, and I know that it's a projection too. So,
Yeah.
so we're going to potentially have $1 million, additional there. Also understanding that there are expenditures that might be higher in other areas.
And
Yes?
to that point, can I
Yes,
provide?
of course.
So overall, so that's specifically to staffing. Overall, if you include, professional services, contracts, tangible items, supplies, equipment, et cetera, we are seeing approximately a $500,000 deficit so far year to date. So an overspend by approximately $500,000. Again, just an estimate at this point in time. Things could change, but the point being that the point you were just going to bring up, that we are 85% salaries and benefits, but there's another 15% of non-salary items that we might be, that we currently are trending over in
Okay.
as opposed to under.
And so we're looking at potentially ending the year, when we look at ending our fiscal year, you're suggesting right now that we're looking at just shy like a $500,000 potential deficit if you added. And this, of course, I know is a
Yeah.
moving target.
Subject to change another 100 times in the next 3
course.
months. But yes, that's what we're seeing at this moment in time, subject to change, next week.
Okay. Okay. Well, understanding that, and also, and again, I'm also looking at the fact that we have the borough now holding $11.4 million, which was taken out of our accounts last week. So we, in consideration of that, it's been asked several times about priorities. And I think that public schools, period, nationally, have had a priority around reinstating and adding back music programs since, I'm going to say, like 1998. I remember in high school there being the Bring Back the Music program, and that was a national program. And I'm thinking about what levers can we pull and what investments can we make that will potentially have the biggest impact on the number of students. And I haven't done my analysis yet, which I'll have prepared for tomorrow. But when you look at the number of students that every dollar that we're looking at investing, the district-wide ones, so the ones that when we're talking about lowering PTR across the district, and that of course is our magnet schools and our neighborhood elementary schools, when we look at instrumental music in particular, and now knowing that 8 positions would benefit elementary, middle, and high school, I think about over the last 26 years, what our schools nationally, what our public schools have lost. And we hear time and time again about the good old days of when students were in school in Fairbanks, in North Pole, the pipeline days. We hear about that all the time, right? Building schools like crazy, having all the students picking up a violin, learning Spanish in 3rd grade. We have legislators that are in office down in Juneau that talk about this on the floor all the time. Representative Dybert, who was an educator in this district for many, many, many years, has a beautiful story about violin and Spanish when she was going to school here. I think about what is going to be, and I'll borrow your term, Dr. Meinert, sticky. What is something that is going to pull the lever of enrollment? And what is the greatest return on our dollars? And I believe that making an investment, we are talking about an investment into music. No other school district in Alaska is doing that right now, right? I mean, no other school district is thinking about giving 11,800 students a potential to our strategic plan, develop creative pathways in their mind, learn how to fail, because playing a musical instrument is very hard and has a lot of failure, but that failure builds tenacity in students. I am so excited about this, knowing that we have an additional 900,000 when we were coming into tonight's work session here. I am going to select in my budget, and I'm going to fully support the recommendation to put 8 music teachers in. I'm very happy that that includes our secondary as well, which I know is hurting. I think that this is an opportunity for us to do something that no other school district is doing. I think that lowering class sizes, going beyond what's in House Bill 57, well, now state statute, but going beyond and getting to a point where we could lower our class sizes to 22 in elementary, to 27 in middle school, and to 30 in high school will really impact student outcomes. And then the last thing that I have as like a big sticking point for me is I have talked to educators, almost from every school in this district. And I want to give them student behavior support technicians. I think it's really important that coming out of COVID, we know that student behaviors have escalated and are drawing a lot of time and a lot of resources. We also know that those are, correct me, those are not certified positions. So my assumption is that we could potentially hire those. I'm hoping that my assumption is correct, but we could maybe hire them a little bit quicker. But I am very supportive of this, the school behavior support technicians, adding 4 to our district, and then also adding the 2 FTE additional classroom tutors. I want to make sure we know that the more educators that we have in our buildings, the more time students have with trusted adults who are educating them leads to better student health, better student outcomes, reduced behaviors. So I am incredibly supportive of that. I also am going to say I'm very supportive of adding the counselor positions. I'm glad to see them in there. I advocated for them last year, and I'm so glad that they're here. So that's what I wanted to end with. I'm sure I'll have another question, so maybe just put me back in.
Okay, I had myself in the queue, and then we'll go to Miss Carol Hubbard, then Miss Maple, and then Miss Hull. And I am noting the time, it's about 7:12. I want us to adjourn no later than 9:30. I think that's pretty generous. I hope we can do it a lot sooner than that. But I do think that it would be helpful for us to kind of coalesce on the areas of agreement before we adjourn tonight so that tomorrow's meeting hopefully goes smoothly. So I think we're getting to that point where we want to express those things. That said, I did want to talk about ELP for a moment. Having had some discussions with teachers, I am fairly concerned about the proposed changes to the program with the staffing that's suggested now. I don't hear so I know that the intent here is very positive, and I fully support the intent, but I do not hear buy-in from the teachers, which concerns me. And my thought is that if we can increase the number of staff for ELP in the elementary program, that maybe that could provide some relief and help to get a little more buy-in, or to allow some changes to the structure that would potentially help the teachers to be comfortable with the workload. So I had suggested to add, to restore 3 ELP teachers in my proposed budget. And I'll pause on that, put myself back in to go through my whole thing, but I'd be happy to hear any comments from administration on that, or we can go back to my queue. All right, thank you. We will go back to the queue. Miss Carol Hubbard.
I too have 3 ELP in my budget proposal, so I'm in alignment. Thank you for that. I think ELP is super important. I think, we spend so much time sometimes focusing on the kids that are really struggling, and we forget the kids that need extra and that they just want to fly. They're just ready and they're hungry. And so I want to feed those kids too. So I'm really happy that we're going to do some focusing in on ELP. I did notice that we have no curriculum this year.
Yeah. That's built in, Miss Carol Hubbard, to the proposed budget. It's a
is?
$1.2 million investment.
Oh, great. Okay, I just didn't want to forget you.
And just for new board members, Mr. Beams talked about this in the past. Historically, they've had, $1 million each year in that budget. And over time, that was reduced down. And we spent 2 or 3 years where that budget was down to the $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 level. So kind of a restoration and trying to make up for a little lost ground there.
Mr. Burgess, can I say one more thing?
Go ahead, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Thanks. I just wanted to propose also that I want to go look on the revenue side for a minute. And I wanted to propose that we increase the local contribution to 64 million. It seems like that's reasonable, and it seems like there was some agreement at some point by the people across the river. And so hopefully we can build that bridge and we can get our school fully funded. So,
Mr. DeGraw.
yes.
And to that point, Ms. Carol Hubbard, we have written down 64.5 million, which Ms. Doolin brought up earlier. You're mentioning the 64. So that's one thing we could really coalesce around. We would request if folks could we could get some unofficial consensus on a local contribution request. That would be wonderful. So 64.5, I'm seeing many thumbs ups. So we're and one sideways. So we have.
I'll put it
down. We just for the board's information, we have 64.5 down, written down, and then obviously 64.0, certainly subject to further dialogue.
And I'll say for myself, I'm more comfortable with 64.0 at this point in time, though I remain optimistic that we can push it higher. Mr. Doran.
Okay. If I could just say on that point, I think we should decide what our need is before we decide what our request is for the local. And then we know what we're asking, why we're asking for it. I do agree that conversation around the local contribution is very important to us, including up to the cap. Okay. We have to be practical and reasonable and realistic in terms of what we can get, just as we've approached the legislature on. But I do think that that should be not at the fore of our conversation, but I would suggest that we don't get too far ahead of us. I find conversation where we're at now and the ideas, but that we don't get bogged down with that. Let's see what our need is.
So I'm getting a little off of the queue here because I appreciate the organic nature of the conversation here, but I did have Miss Maple and Miss Hull in the queue. So if we can go to them, and then we'll come back to this subject afterwards. Miss Maple.
I just wanted to, I think my last, maybe my last comment for the night. I would like to share, the other things I landed on, but I have, as I've been working through the budget, been leaving the PTR where the proposed budget put it and focusing on other things that, whether either in the proposed budget or were brought up by other board members. I
just acknowledging that one of the conversations that I've been having a lot of is, there's a lot of add backs in the budget, and how many people can we actually expect to recruit back to the district or new to the district? And that I think that those conversations, especially with union leadership, lend themselves to being really intentional in um, choosing ad backs that there's also reason to believe that we can fill. And on the same note, the PTR conversations are some of the highest dollar items in the budget. And so I think talking about some of the smaller dollar items first is important. I think that's been happening tonight. And I hope that it can happen tomorrow night as we move through this, so that we can see where our priorities are and then what's left. I do think that also lends itself to knowing up front that if we just put all the ad backs we want, we wouldn't have a surplus, we'd have a deficit. And so I think that any amount that we think is a realistic amount to ask for is an appropriate request, because we need more than we can ask for, actually. So I'm just going to touch on the ones that I have not heard yet tonight. I had added 2 to Barnett. And the proposed was 1. I also increased the CTE budget supply in addition to increasing the CTE Hutch teacher. I also had 6 music teachers total restored, also rooted in conversations about about the available job pool in the community, but having those split between grade levels. And I appreciate the explanation on the registered apprenticeship position, and I did add one of those. And I added both of the ADC positions. But I won't, for now, I'll just share that those are things that I added back. And I do still have a surplus, for the record, that I can quickly wipe out should we get into further conversation.
Ms. Hull.
So first I want to just say a few things and then I'll ask some questions. So I would support the 3 ELP teachers, the addition of 3 ELP instructors. I would also support the 6 music teachers with the intent for 4 of those to be elementary and 2 for secondary. I'd also support a $50K into the music supply. And then also I do have down an apprenticeship position as well. And then I just wanted to ask a question about the Barnett positions, because in the proposed budget, there's a few that are already cooked in, and then we have this. So I just want to make sure that I have those numbers right before I start.
Yeah, so PTR created an additional 3 positions compared to current year, and then there's 1 additional. Okay, PTR created 2, and then there's the additional 1 that we have added back. So they would be slated for 3 additional FTE.
Okay, so they are for 3 additional FTE. How many more would they need to be where they were prior to this year?
So we reduced 2.5, and we're adding back the 1, so they're 1.5 shy of where they were last year.
Thank you. I would also.
Oh, so it gets a little bit complicated because of the magnet teachers versus the PTR. I think what's important for the board to understand is that our magnets have a lot of autonomy, just like our charters do, in terms of how they use their staffing. And so Barnett has a very specific model that they've got exploratory teachers, and they do some things different than our neighborhood school. And so if they feel like with this bucket of FTE, they want to allocate it to different parts of their school to meet their model and their mission, they're able to do that. And so I don't want the board to get confused at, well, this is PTR or this is magnet teachers, because at the end of the day, what's currently on the table is 3 additional teachers for that school that they don't have this year.
Ms. Julian?
What is the bottom end and the top end of the required local contribution?
So the bottom end is somewhere around $41 million. The top end is going to be $74 million.
Yeah. I'm the borough now has in the school district maintenance reserve fund $11.5 million that was taken from our account last week, correct?
Correct.
What is the borough though also had a surplus this last year, a pretty significant surplus. What are the dollar amounts of that surplus, and how much money are they holding in their fund balances?
So they reported at their State of the Borough work session with their finance committee a few weeks back. They reported about a $15 million current year lapse.
Wait a second.
15.
$15 million?
$15 million. That was a combination of 7.5 million, approximately, these are rough numbers, in revenue, additional revenue beyond what was anticipated. And then
So taxes, higher taxes.
a big chunk of that was due to investment income.
Okay, good.
And then also there was a $7 to $8 million number related to lower expenditures than they anticipated.
So they had $15 million lapse. What is their total budget annually?
Yeah, it's a little bit less than ours. It's, don't quote me on the exact, it's somewhere in the 170, 180 million
Okay.
a year, including the local contribution.
So they had a higher lapse than we did.
Correct.
So they're holding, but that's just from this year. They have balances from previous years, correct?
Correct.
What is their total amount that they have in fund balance right now?
I would need to get that number specifically.
Not including our 11.5 million.
Yeah, I could get that number and provide it.
Yeah, that would be incredibly helpful, because we're asking, if we ask for $64.5 million locally, we're asking for a flat dollar amount from last year.
Correct.
That's because the borough assessments increased.
Correct.
So we're receiving less money from the state. And so to keep par with the money that we would have from last year, not inflation proofing, it would be 64.5 million from the.
Yes, that would be considered status quo total revenue for the school district, correct?
That's not inflation proofed.
Correct.
So that doesn't account for us being able to retain and invest in our educators and keep them, as we heard testimony tonight, those that have tenure, making sure that they get their increases, making sure that we retain those educators.
Correct. That wouldn't account. That would be status quo revenue, which would not account for any added expenditures that we know will incur.
How much does our how much does our money for benefited or for salaried people, for employees, how much does that increase every single year?
Yeah,
Our
so
efforts to retain people based on salary schedules. I'm not saying this is a negative thing, but I just want to know the dollar.
Yeah. So there's a wide range of increases, but most of our, in the 60 to 70% range of our employees get step increases each year.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah, a good thing, but it's increased costs for the school district.
Yeah.
Our teacher amounts are in the $2,500 range for one step for each employee. And then the support staff numbers range. It's quite a big range based on the grade they're in, but those could be anywhere from between $1,000 and $2,000 a year, just depending on the grade. It's a wide range. The
So when
teacher one's easier to articulate because it's a very narrow range. Most teachers are all in that $2,500 per step range.
So what I'm going to suggest is that even if the local contribution is going back to the very good point of we should ask for what we need. If we ask for $64.5 million, we're actually asking for less money than we essentially needed for operations even last year.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's offsetting lost state revenue with some additional local revenue, so status quo revenue, and again, not accounting for increased costs that we would incur.
Yeah, but if they had a $15 million lapse last year, and that was based on revenue and lower expenses, they've reassessed values on properties. They're going to have more tax revenue this year. We can anticipate a higher lapse next year that the borough would have. So I would say that our local contribution request should be, and maybe let's make it fair, let's not put 100% on them, but let's say the assessed value, so increase that to the $64.5 million, but then let's add, based on the total percentage amount of our budget that the borough puts in, the percentage increase of our fixed costs. I'd like to see that percentage increase, or that increase, and then take the local percentage, and I'd like to add that on to the local request, and that's what I want to ask for, because that's status quo. 64.5 million is not status quo. I'd
Okay.
like to see the increase for retaining and paying and making sure that we have the educators in students and that we're able to make sure that we have the workforce we need to educate. I'd like to see them. This is a we're in a great position. We have a pro-education mayor. We have a pro-education assembly that wants to support education. Why don't we ask for what we need? And what we need is additional money for our employees every single year. And we know that that's going to increase every single year because we have step increases to help retain educators. So why not ask them to give us that additional increase? So 64.5 million, again, is a flat ask from last year, but our expenses have gone up significantly. So let's take the percentage that the local contribution and let's add that onto the local request. And that's what we need.
So yeah, we could put together 2 or 3 different scenarios that we could present, and
That's what I'd like to see,
Yeah.
because I'd like to see that there. And then they have $11.4 million now in a reserve fund that was taken from the due diligence and the fiscal responsible actions that this board and previous boards have taken to put into restricted savings accounts for the things that we need, like transportation. I am dead against putting any money into a transportation reserve fund when the borough just took $11.4 million from us. So let's ask them for dedicated direct funding for our transportation costs. That's what I'd like to see.
I have Miss Carol Hubbard in the queue, and then Miss Hewitt on Zoom.
Goodness. Thank you, Miss Julian. Love the conversation. I don't disagree with anything you said, by the way. And I did multiply, Mr. Dorn said we have approximately 700 teachers, approximately. So I multiplied that by 2,500. I got 1.75 million. So added that up, 66,250,000,
Mr. DeGraw?
roughly.
just real quickly, not all teachers qualify for a step, but it's a big number. Suffice to say, it's a big number.
It's close. Okay, thank you. All right. Rats, and I kind of forgot where I was going. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to ask about, nobody has gone to the bottom and asked about the or commented on the FEA negotiation, preliminary sort of like be prepared for a little bit, sort of. Did everybody already check that in their? Okay, good. Well, then everybody's given me the high sign. Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to tag along with what Morgan was talking about in that focusing what budget investments we can make that do impact the retention of our current teachers the most and keeping that just as much in the forefront of our minds.
Was that a question to administration?
I mean, it could be, but it was more of a comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I have Mr. Doran, and then I think we're gonna try to take a little break and strategize on how to really coalesce around these and give administration a clear direction here. So, Mr. Doran.
Okay, so I have several that might be short questions. You can decide where you want to cut me off and take a break. Question, were steps for FEA and ESSA included in the proposed budget?
Yes.
Okay, so they're both there. Yeah, so the only thing we're missing is, in terms of a baseline, is what the initial cost would be for ESSA that is not included.
Correct.
And would we expect some comparability, maybe based on size or whatever, to FEA, or?
It's too early to say.
Too early. Okay. Okay. If we, question regarding tutors versus PTR, if we did decide to reduce elementary PTR by an additional one, that would give more teachers, smaller classes. Again, we know it's a range within ours. But in terms of those two tutors, if we had to find some money, the two tutors, it's more, would it be more beneficial to get smaller classes that would impact all schools rather than two tutors that might impact one or two schools?
I mean, the lower class sizes across the board would definitely be more impactful than just two tutors. If we were starting to have a conversation about moving from 23 to 22 and taking the similar amount of money that you would get for that PTR reduction and put that into classroom tutors, now that's an interesting conversation, because I think an argument could be made that it might be more beneficial to actually stand up additional tutors or SBSTs to have those support professionals in our school. One, because we probably have a better chance at hiring for those positions, and two, when you're thinking about before school care and some of the unique things that we want to do with that, and reading interventions, and then pivoting into math next year. Now you have some additional adults outside of the classroom to assist with that. And so, a tough conversation, but I think it should probably be in the mix if we are talking about some pretty big additional investments on top of what's already in the proposed budget.
Okay, if I might, I do want it noted that I did not send this to you, but I have here a literacy initiative, which is basically putting a pot of money, divvying it up among the 12 elementary schools, and let them design how best to use that within their building for it to address literacy needs. So I'll just put that out there. I was going to put that out there on the table, but you've helped me with that, and we'll let it there. Put me back in the queue.
Ms. Hull?
Thank you. So I've just had a question in regards to what Mr. Dorn was talking about. So if we had 23 PTR with tutors versus 22 PTR, how would that impact pullouts? Because I know that that's been a frustration before as a teacher, is that you have such limited time with your whole class together to get through some of the curriculum. And so would that increase the amount of pullouts that educators are facing, or would that just be just more tutors to pull out during that time?
We have significantly changed the design of how additional instruction and tutoring support is given at schools because most schools have a walk to intervention time. So everybody's doing an intervention at the same time, which means nobody's having to be pulled out of anything. Everybody's getting what they need. Some of that is extensions. We actually have our ELP teachers often working with higher groups at that time. Our librarians help, our PE teachers and music teachers and counselors help depending on their availability in the schedule. And it has definitely reduced the pullout issue. But additional support staff, additional SPSTs would significantly help.
Right. So I want to remind folks that if we have a few more questions, if there's anything that you need to get clarification on before kind of giving your position on the investments we want to make, get those out of the way quickly, please, so that we can take a quick break and then come back and really talk about what try to get at least some general consensus on most of these items for administration's sake. I was in the queue, so while I'm speaking, I just want to say I am pretty concerned about reducing PTR. I do not think that is while I think it's a great idea to reduce class sizes. I think I have concerns that are similar to those that Ms. Maple expressed, in that it may be difficult to hire enough staff to fill those positions, even with the reductions that we've proposed already. I don't want to add an investment that we can't actually make happen and then end up having unanticipated savings that we'll get criticized about later for those vacancies. And I also do want to emphasize that it's worth adding back some of these other things as well, rather than focusing entirely on class sizes. We do need some quality programming as well, special stuff like music and ELP. Okay, with that, I will end my comments. We'll go to Ms. Julian.
Okay, thank you. Then with this conversation, that was interesting. That was helpful to hear that if we didn't lower class sizes in elementary to 22 and kept it at 23, that we might get a bigger bang for our buck and be able to hire positions if we add in the tutors and then the school behavior support technicians. In light of that, if we were to keep PTR at 23 or lower it to 23 instead of 22, which is awesome, I'd like to go heavier into classroom tutors than the additional 2 that we can add on top of the 2 that are recommended. So I'd like the administration to add some other options there. Yeah, there's up to 4. So, I mean, I'd like to see, I'd like to go further. If we're not going to lower class sizes to 22, right now we have the option to add up to 4 classroom tutors. I'd like to see more, so that we can get more students, especially around Mr. Doran's point on let's, make sure that we have the educators and the adults that are in the room to be able to meet the Alaska Reads Act and all of the intervention work. If we don't lower class sizes to 22, I'd like to then ask the same thing around school behavior support technicians. Is adding 4 sufficient, or would you recommend more? And that's a question I would pose to the administration and ask for a recommendation on that. If we kept PTR at elementary at 22, but I'm going to say I'm still very, very much supportive of lowering middle school by 1. would the recommendation then be to add additional ELP beyond the 3? And to speak to other people's points tonight, I'm supportive of adding 3, but if we don't lower PTR, I would like to add more. We used to have, upwards over 13, I think, in this district, and now we only have 3. So that would make a difference. And so I'm glad that we are having this conversation, because it's helpful to understand that if we don't lower class sizes beyond 23 for elementary, we could add the recommendation that might have a bigger impact is to expand the number of support technicians, tutors, and ELP teachers. So would we go beyond what's recommended on here?
I think it's a good question. I am curious how the board is going to balance out the ads, and so I would maybe need to see that in the end of, I've heard a lot of investments and adding, but I haven't heard a lot of what we're substituting or what revenues we're getting to get to the point of all the ads. But when we take a break, I could meet with Kate and Andy, and we could come up with some different numbers on tutors and SBSTs and come up with a recommendation that would correlate to a similar dollar amount for that PTR reduction from 23 to 22, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, it would. Because I would be willing to come off the gas a little bit on going to 22 in elementary and keeping it at 23, which is the recommended budget. But I'd only be willing to kind of come off the gas if I could push the pedal down on the additional support staff that we just discussed, especially understanding that we might be able to hire for those positions more effectively. And I also am very much in favor of ending with some surplus, knowing that we don't have ESSA negotiations in here yet, knowing that we're in active negotiations with both ESSA and FEA, and also knowing that we have additional charter school conversations that are happening.
Mr. Dorn.
Just wanted to check, did you want to take a break before me? Because
That's okay.
think you were going to plan it after me, but okay.
I guess
Sorry.
go ahead and we'll take a break when you're done, and come back.
Okay, let me see how quickly I can get through several of these. In terms of questions about extra teachers, I'm being mindful of H-1B versus J-1s, and H-1Bs, if we were to need to hire, given the number of teachers we hope to hire, we may definitely need to increase our number of teachers from international teachers. H-1Bs currently carry a $100,000 just processing fee, and so that adds significantly to the cost. Could you address H-1B versus J-1 and how that would come into our budget?
Yeah, currently all of our international educators are J-1 visas. The district had hoped to actually move in the direction of H-1B prior to the new $100,000 fee from the federal level. The benefit of the H-1B is those teachers can stay in country longer. There's not a period of time that on the J-1 side, J-1 teachers can stay for 3 years, but then there's a residency requirement that they have to go back to their home country for a period of time, and then they can come back over. H-1B, there's actually a path to citizenship there that's easier, and so a lot of our rural districts had started to move in that direction, one, for continuity, and two, the J-1 visa program, they stopped placing in rural areas. They would only place in urban areas where we actually benefited from that, but as a state as a whole didn't. So we're hopeful. Senator Murkowski actually introduced a bill this week that requests to lift that $100,000 fee, which would be a great benefit to school districts throughout the country. And that's the direction we would move in the future, to hire more H-1B visa teachers. But currently that's not something that we would pursue because of that $100,000 fee.
Thank you. The before school care, I like the idea. I mean, I see where its need is really there, and relatively small cost. But my question is, could that be done as a pay your way? And if we got into a discussion regarding school start times and moving some things around, lessening the need, and if it wasn't needed, that would be easy enough to take care of. But my main thing is, could be a pay your way and then be cost neutral.
I think we could in the long run. We're not at the point right now that we're prepared to stand that up. There's significant administrative costs in terms of standing up that program, running it, collecting fees, moving students and families out if they aren't paying versus in. And so our proposal is starting non-fee based, and depending on the start time conversations and depending on where some of this else goes in the future, if there's a lot more need than what we can currently serve without paying, then we could move in that direction. But we'd love to get it off the ground first to work out some of the logistics internally before adding like a fee base on top of it.
Okay, so right now it is definitely your recommended. Still, we move ahead because it is a real need that we have in our schools.
That for sure. Yep.
Also was wondering in terms of the social service managers, just remind me, we still have some of those more on the operational side budget rather than on the grants.
Yeah, just one in grants currently left. The other grants that we had to support those positions has since expired. We also had significant struggle in keeping those folks within the district. A lot of times they would do their required hours and then they would find work in the private industry. And so currently we have one, and they're located at Hunter Elementary School.
Okay, thank you. In the budget, I noticed that most all departments have a relatively small reduction. I believe that's, if I understand correctly, that would be due to mostly the benefits reduction. If I'm correct on that.
That's correct.
Okay. Then in facilities, though, there's approximately $300,000 increase in salaries area. Could you explain that?
I'll need to look into that, research it, and we can get an answer for you, Mr. Dorn.
Okay. My second to the last question is simple. What's the best allotment for next year?
There's been, yes, no discussions in changing it. So, Lori, what are the levels that we're currently at? 3,000 across the board.
All right. Then my last question in this round is I'm trying to get a handle on the fund balance. In February, slideshow that we were at by the state calculation, we're 20. By the borough calculation, we had 34 plus in the fund balance. Then and it came last week, but then tonight, we're down to 20 million, and the 11.4 was taken off, not the 34 million, but off the 20 million. So that you say that going into, or we have going into the FY27, 8.5 million projected to work with. If we ask for anything, add anything to the proposed budget that's coming out of 8.5, why isn't it coming out of the 20? And I guess comes down to the definition of the general fund when we use it at a certain time. And then I'll have a follow-up to it, if you can answer that.
So can you restate your first question, Mr. Dorn?
Okay, so in February slideshow, we showed
Yeah.
34 million under the borough calculation. The 11.4 that was then judged under lapse should have been taken out of, it would assume it would come down because we were 11.4 over what the borough calculation was allowance.
Can I?
But tonight, as of tonight, we're taking it from 20, we're taking it out of the 20 million and leaving us with 8.5.
Yeah. So the way we get from 20 to 8.5, it's actually 8.6, is our assumption. We need to confirm this, but after the borough made the lapse, our assumption is that they lapsed the money out of the general fund as opposed to other funds that they use to tally up to the 34.4. So that's specifically the 8.6 is based on the assumption that they're lapsing the $11.4 million directly out of the general fund.
Okay, at this point, I would ask that we then move beyond assumptions. The fact that if they take some funds transferred, then we should decide what funds they come out of. And why I'm thinking that is the last time we were faced with this type of situation, the biggest increase facing the district had been monies into a tremendous increase into the risk management fund because of major restructurings of their healthcare programs. And they were there, but then the district over multiple years laid out a working that money down. And so we were able to tap into those funds on a certain premise, as was mentioned earlier, the risk management. It's there to pay our insurance bills. That's the insurance pool, and it's actually funded primarily through the premiums that are paid. But I am, just in terms when we look at if we only have 8.6 and we say we want to add $1 million for extra positions or things, then that we're technically cutting into that 8.6. And we know we have monies that we still have not accounted for, particularly in negotiations. That's the only thing that we know is a definite. We have not factored in even initial. So I'm just trying to get a handle on where our monies are and where that would be then towards the end when we have to say how do we balance those out? Because otherwise, I agree, we need to make reductions of our wish list.
Yeah, certainly. I think the point you're making there at the end is valid. That, again, and it's kind of the point I was making at the onset of the meeting was, there's a big difference between 20 million and $8.6 million relating to decisions that we're making going forward in the budget. So, yeah, you make valid points.
Can I add on to that? Yeah. And I mean, it goes back to the conversation that we've had with the borough. We feel strongly that the risk fund, transportation fund, nutrition services, encumbrances, those different funds should not be counted in the ordinance. And we have a real struggle with that. And so those funds are for dedicated purposes. They're not unreserved for the board to use for whatever they may see fit. And so that's why, when we bring the 8.5 million forward to the board of where we think we're at with fund balance, that's truly the number of unrestricted funds in terms of not having dedicated purposes already for those funds, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. But that's what we have to answer because we're not treating them, and the ordinance is what it is right now. I absolutely agree that the ordinance needs to be revisited and changed. Uh, but in terms of what we have and are dealing with now, that will impact what our local request might be, but also what we can put in a recommended budget. Hopefully, we'll be able to revisit some things for our approved budget to the better. Um, but but it does make sense. But that's where the conversation is. That we should still be looking at. Anyway, I think I've made my point.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to suggest we take another short break. Let's try our best to keep it to a tight 5 and be back here at 8:05 precisely, please. All right, we're gonna bring this back. It is 8:09 p.m. Bringing it back to order this work session of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board. So where we left off was I think board members had asked all their questions, thrown out some ideas, and made some requests. During the break, our budget specialist, Ms. Nilsson, made some changes to Balancing Act, so I'd recommend everybody refresh that now if you want to be following along. And I discussed with Dr. Meinert that maybe the way that we can approach this is to get one scenario up in Balancing Act. So in a moment, Mr. DeGraw will be sharing his screen, and I'll walk through the scenario that I had worked out and kind of walk through the logic on the way, and then we'll go to the board to see if there's any changes that everyone agrees on right now. Does that sound reasonable? Getting a couple nods. Okay, we'll proceed that way. So when I put together my scenario, I started out kind of as someone had recommended earlier, which was by looking at the need first. So I actually started by reducing the fund balance utilization all the way down to, and then you don't have to make that change, Mr. DeGraw, because it'll come back up. But or unless we want to do it to demonstrate, but and then I started kind of at the back of the budget. So I went to transportation next, and I didn't change it. District-wide, I included the 1.7 million for negotiations for FEA. Add the human resources technician. I added one apprenticeship position. I did not change supplies right now. I actually reduced the vacancies to 0% because I've heard administration say, you know, it's similar to drawing on fund balance, and that might just be a simpler way to show this for now. So I reduced that. Not necessarily opposed to bringing it back up if that's what the board wants to do. But it is just either, I mean, either way, it's fund balance. So then moving on to secondary schools, I added 2 music teachers there. Added a half FTE counselor at both Randy and Hutch. Counselors, yeah. So I added a half FTE for Randy Smith, half for Hutchison, and 1 for West Valley. I left PTR unchanged. Going to elementary schools. Currently did not add any behavior support technicians. Looking at classroom tutors, I left it the same. SALTCHA, I added a middle school teacher, the half FTE SPED, the elementary music and PE half positions, and a classroom tutor. I reduced magnet exploratory teachers by 1. The reasoning for that is equity, basically. I reduced elementary instrumental music to 4 FTE, down from 8. Reminder, I added those 2 to secondary. And I set district-wide ELP teachers at 3 restorations, three positions restored. PTR remains the same. And then that left me at that point, without having changed anything on the revenue side, with 3.2 million. Mr. DeGraw is showing 1.1 because he did not make that reduction to fund balance utilization. So then I took local contribution, and I'm going to go ahead and put that at 64.5 based on the discussion here tonight. And then I just increased fund balance until I saw green, which would set it at 1.9 million fund balance utilization, leaving us with a small surplus, which we could then look at, additional investments on that side. But again, that surplus is all from fund balance. So that's, if that seems like a reasonable place for us to start, I think board members can go ahead and chime in and weigh in on any one of those. Or we can walk through line by, let's do this. Let's walk through segment by segment. And board members can throw out any changes that they want to see in each of those. And I would suggest that we start on the spending side, the expenses.
And may I make a suggestion,
Mr. DeGraw?
President Burgess? Just maybe start at the top or bottom and move up or down, like in a kind of an organized way. Start at the top and go down.
Sounds good. So starting with elementary schools, Miss Carol Hubbard.
Can I make a suggestion that we start on revenue? Just so that we can get on board with what we actually want to see, kind of where we're starting, what the pot looks like. Because it's hard to tell how we want to make changes if we don't agree what revenue we're going to start with, I think. And there's only 4 revenue spaces and 2 of them aren't untouched, right? We don't really touch state and we don't touch federal.
I'm okay with either approach. I would just suggest that when it comes to fund balance utilization, we recognize that that's a number that can potentially go up or down depending on what we do on this spending side.
I agree with Lola. Let's just look at revenue and get it done.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. DeGraw?
Yeah, so a good way to approach this, is anybody in opposition to $64.5 million being represented at this point in the tool? We can have further discussions along the lines of, Mr. Doran's comments of, what do we need? And that number could change. For the purpose of this exercise right now, is everybody on board with 64.5 million?
Mr. Doran? Yeah. Can we get a fresh link to Mr. Doran?
So you wouldn't necessarily see exactly what's up on the screen, Mr. Doran. So you should see like the option. Do you have the option in local revenue of $64.5 million?
Yeah, you're not going to
But
see what's on the screen?
Okay, yeah. So you won't see, this is just me working in my link. So you wouldn't necessarily see that. Yeah.
Yours unless you're clicking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're at $64.5 million at this point for the purposes of this exercise on revenue. Then to somebody's point, I can't remember who made it, the only other item that can be adjusted at this point is the fund balance utilization. And so I would just leave it to board members. Do you want to leave that as is, or do we want to talk about?
I'd like to move it back to the recommendation from the district to use 2.3 million.
I agree with that.
I also agree.
Okay.
I will just note that the reason um, I did approach it this way because I'm very nervous about utilizing fund balance at all, and I would like to actually see that amount come down based on the uncertainties with negotiations. I expect the number that we have here to actually, it seems quite likely that it might increase. And then we don't have an ESSA number at all. And then we have those potential charter schools that we may have to add as well. There's just a lot of risk here and not a whole lot of buffer space. So that's why I was where I was. That said, well, let's move forward with where the board is at.
All right, so then at the top, if we're okay with moving to the expenditure side of things, we'll start at the top at elementary schools, beginning with PTR.
Not seeing any hands to change PTR.
And then the second section, district-wide extended learning program. Currently, President Burgess had his illustration adding 3, increasing from 1 ad in proposed budget up to 3.
I'd like to increase it to 5. Since we are not lowering PTR below 23.
I agree.
Mr. Doran? Can you use your mic, Mr. Doran?
I'm in favor of keeping it to where it was recommended, and leave it there. And I like the plan as presented. So,
Ms. Maple?
That's not on. Could I suggest that we focus on where there's consensus, and then we could mark where there's consensus and then debate the other areas tomorrow with fresh eyes?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's the plan. But to get to consensus, we need to hear board member opinions. So I've heard 2 in favor of increasing to 5. I've heard 1 in favor of reducing it back to 1. Other board members, please weigh in.
Excuse me, Miss Hewitt has her hand up.
Ms. Hewitt, go ahead.
Yeah, I would lean more towards restoring 1 to 2 ELP positions, not go beyond that.
Okay. Ms. Hull?
I was going to suggest 4.
All right. Ms. Julian?
I'll go to 4.
But we need to further debate.
So-
There's no consensus.
Okay, so it seems like on average, we have it around 3.
So I think what I heard Miss Meredith suggest, which I think was a good suggestion, is if we have a wide range of opinions there, for the purpose of this exercise, I'm going to keep it at President Burgess's illustration, and then we'll make note of this as an item, and then we'll move forward to tomorrow in that fashion, where
Perfect.
we found consensus on these 5 items, and then these 10 items we're going to continue to debate.
Excellent.
So per that statement, I'm going to leave it at 3, knowing that, and we've now made note that that's a topic we'll talk about tomorrow. Elementary instrumental music. Currently, it was moved to 4 from 8.
Okay, I'm seeing consensus for 4. There's 5 members, including myself, that are giving me a thumbs up.
And that just a suggestion, President Burgess, maybe consistently checking in for Miss Hewitt
Yep.
online.
Yep, thank you. I agreed,
I'm
Miss.
good with 4.
Okay, thank you, Miss Hewitt.
Okay. And then moving to Barnett Magnet staffing.
I'd like to propose the full, all 2.5 be restored to them.
Mr. Dorn?
I'm comfortable with the 1 because we are giving them more staff already with the PTR. And again, I would like to toss out that, again, we keep the motivation moving forward to review the model and update it in the coming year. It won't be done the next month, but coming year.
Okay, let me go to Miss Hewitt.
I agree that restoring 1.
Miss Maple?
I have 2.
I'd restore 1.
I had 1.5.
Okay, all right.
Range of positions there, so I'm going to keep it at President Burgess's.
Let's go to, I think I was the only one that wanted to reduce it,
Okay.
so let's keep it at 1 for now in the proposed budget.
And then we'll have it down to continue to talk about. Got that. Okay, moving on to Salcha.
I'm comfortable
Miss Maple?
with the dollar amount that you have in there.
3.
Miss Hewitt? Come back to
I
Miss.
have,
Okay,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
I have 1 middle school and restoring half of sped, and that's all.
Mr. Dorn?
I could live with restoring 1 teacher. Not saying where that would be, because putting it at a middle school, which would be adding 6th, 7th, and 8th, is a big take. And we haven't, in my opinion, we have not yet had, or they have not had a real broad conversation of how to best serve and what their needs are. We keep getting bits and pieces. An additional teacher could be used for SPED, partially for SPED, partially for, classroom relief. I mean, there's lots of things there that I think there is a need, and so that's what I could live with. But I could also trade it off for other things later.
Sure. Anyone else here?
She was asking if I would restate it. Do you want me to do that?
Sure.
The bottom line is I can live with adding 1 teacher. I think there needs to be more conversation as to how that can best serve their community. And without adding a middle school, that's a big take and longer implications.
Ms. Julian?
I'm comfortable with the dollar amount that Ms. Hewitt put forward, which is 187.5 for Salcha. And to Mr. Doran's point, I'm more comfortable just letting them decide if it's not the full amount where they'd want to invest it.
Okay. I think there's 1 or 2 board members I haven't heard from. Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Is it 182.5? Is that, and that's 1 full-time, that's 2 full-time, or 1 full and 1 part-time?
That's
Yeah.
1.5 positions.
And that would be fine. Yeah, I'm flexible on that. I was in favor of the middle school teacher because I think that's what was asked in a few emails. And then, but I think they also requested another body. whether that be an health assistant and an SBST. They weren't specific about what that had to be, but it seemed like they wanted another person out there to help. So I would like to see 2 individuals, however that rolls out.
Okay. So this is another, we're not getting consensus, so we're going to have to come back to this one regardless. Are we okay leaving what's on the screen there as a starting point? Okay. All right.
I actually think that there's more board members that want less than 368.5. So I would be I think that we should compromise and bring it down to what would be the equivalent of 1.5 for the sake of this exercise. 1.5.
Yeah. Either way, we're going to come back and have the debate. So I'm not worried about what's left on the screen personally. All right. Let's go to classroom tutors.
The classroom tutors.
I'll say I want 10. If we're not going to increase, if we're not going to lower PTR, this is a way to make a big impact.
Ms. Maple?
Was going for 4.
4 from Ms. Maple. Mr. Doran?
I'd like to just come back to it. I like a dollar amount. I've made a notation that I'd put $1 million into a literacy initiative and then let schools decide how best to use that, divvy it up, and they can use their allocated amount to what their best need, whether it's tutors or however they want to address it. They'd have to give a plan. But anyway, the bottom line is whatever that buys us.
Okay, let me put this out there. Does do any board members agree with 10 classroom tutors? Do any board members agree with the number 4 classroom tutors? All right, and does Mr. Doran?
Okay. Well, mine is for more than 10.
I hear you.
So I would start with 10 and work up.
Understood. Yeah. And does anyone support Mr. Doran's suggestion to put up to $1 million into a literacy fund to let schools decide how to use? Okay. We don't have.
Well, I'd like to speak to that. I believe that I have about $1 million of investments here of additional people in schools, and that is non-certified positions, the additional classroom tutors, and then the behavior specialists. So I'm in alignment with kind of Tim of the investment level. I just have it put out differently in the balance. I'm following the Balancing Act tool.
Okay. It seems like this is not one that we have consensus on. So I think let's go ahead and move on. We will come back and debate this later.
Where should I leave it at? Where did you
Okay,
have it,
let
Mr.
me do
Burgess?
this. Board members, if you want to see this number increase from what's in the proposed budget, can you give me a hand, please? Okay, that is almost everyone. Ms. Hewitt, do you have a suggestion?
I would agree with Mr. Doran
Okay.
on allowing the school to choose whether that's a behavior support specialist, a tutor, or whatever suits their need.
Are we?
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Maple.
I have very deep concern about in our first budget work session considering adding a $1 million line item that we have never discussed before as a board. Like even that just there are ways that, but this is an entire concept that we have not discussed that it might be a great innovative thing to do at some point, but it's March 16 and we're discussing a proposed budget. So
And I mean, I will note, you know, as has been said earlier, that we will be coming back to do an approved budget in like what, a couple months, I think, once we know more about the borough and the state. So there is another chance to is more opportunity to discuss some of these things. That said, the closer our recommended budget is to our approved budget, I think the easier for administration and for the public to understand as well.
So
Mr.
for the
McGraw.
purpose of this topic, should I have it at 6 or 8 maybe? I mean, I'm hearing some big investments possibly being discussed.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dorn, go ahead.
So just a question, since we're coming back to all of them, but in this particular area that would be helpful from administration is if we increase the tutors, what would be the plan? We have, 12 elementary schools, am I correct? And so the original presentation from administration was 2 that would go to 2 of the greater need schools that were non-title. The more we have and we give to more schools, then we are at risk of supplanting, putting title schools in a difficult position. So I'm looking at all schools, all 12 getting some tutorial help. So as we get closer with those numbers, how those would go, whether it be then 2 or whatever, but I suggest that administration have some time to think about it and bring it back, whether it's Tuesday or Wednesday or next week.
Is that feasible, Dr. Miner?
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Okay, great. Let's just, for the sake of moving on, set this at 5 for now, if that's if there's no strong objections to that, and we can, of course, come back around tomorrow.
All right, now moving to behavior support technicians.
Well, if we're not going to reduce class sizes, then it seems like it would be a good idea to select all.
I agree.
All right, and I had one other thumbs up for that concept. Do we have a fourth? Mr. Dorn?
Question, what school would not get it? What's the idea with it?
I mean, I think it's the same kind of concept that we would probably need a little bit of time and to connect and let you know that information. This was just added, to the tool 10 minutes ago, and so basically what we did is we took the number of SBSTs and the number of tutors that could get us to a similar amount of what that PTR reduction from 23 to 22 is. But don't necessarily have a full fleshed out plan in terms of what the allocation per school would look like at this point in time.
And at this point, I'm not in support of adding any behavior support, but in the bigger picture.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Well, I was just going to point out that in the budget, we have SALCHA divided out on its own. So I don't think it's really fair to include SALCHA in this list because it's a completely different school model. So it's a reduced model. So that brings us down to 11. And then Barnett is a magnet school, which isn't supposed to be impacting this either. It has all of its own category. So it seems like the other 10 elementary schools would be the ones that would be served by this category, which would be 10. That's 1 apiece. I mean, that's just, I don't know. Am I wrong? Which I could be. I've been wrong before.
I think we're 1 off. I think it's 11 when you take away Barnett and SALCHA.
Okay.
Okay, so I still didn't hear, I guess I'll go to Ms. Hewitt. Ms. Hewitt, what's your take on adding 10 behavior support technician positions?
yeah, I again refer back to my last statement of giving the school the FTE and allowing them to use that where they need it most, whether that's a tutor or a behavior support specialist or counselor.
All right.
So President Burgess,
Yep.
I think I heard 3 in favor of 10 and then various other positions aside from that. What was the summary there?
Yeah, let's
The difference?
let's split the difference between the classroom tutors and the behavior support technicians and just call it 5 each. And
Yep, there I have it set at 5 SBSTs and 5 additional classroom tutors.
all right, thanks. Let's go on to the next.
That finishes elementary, so we'll jump to secondary. We had talked about the possibility from several board members of moving to 27 on middle school PTR.
Mr. Doran?
I was going to say my highest priority right now is the middle school PTR going to 27. And even if it meant I lived with all the proposed positions in the proposed budget, I'd be good. So that's my highest priority, is reducing the middle school PTR.
All right, I saw 3 members in favor of reducing middle school PTR to 27. Is there a 4th? Okay, that one
Yes.
seems to have consensus.
Okay, and then I think we have high school PTR staying at 30 in proposed budget.
Not seeing any hands. I think we're good on that one.
Okay. And then let's see, CTE, any changes to CTE?
Added CTA and supplies.
I did as well.
Okay.
I added.
Ms. Carol Hubbard, was that concurring with Ms. Maple and Ms. Julian? Okay. Do we have a 4th member that concurs with adding both of these items back? Mr. Doran?
Can I ask a clarification? Because earlier discussions was not specifying it as a CTE teacher, but just as a teacher to Hutch. Is that the understanding that we're going to arrive at? Even, I mean, I know what's on here, but is that the understanding that we're looking at?
I think that's my understanding based on the conversation.
My intention when I said putting it forward is that it would be the principal's discretion of what the appropriate.
Yeah, and I'd support that, because I think it's really, we're asking them to take extra students, but not staffing them for extra students. So that would fit.
Okay, look at that red number growing. Moving on to secondary counselors then.
So we have currently an additional at West Valley and then a half at Hutch and a half at Randy Smith.
Can I speak to this one?
Dr. Minor.
If we add to West Valley, I just want to put it on the table that Lathrop has similar challenges as West Valley, so I would have some concerns of if we added that West Valley and didn't consider Lathrop and I guess North Pole, then there's some equity issues there potentially.
Mr. DeGraw?
To that point, just information for the full board. If you do kind of a PTR for the counselors, across the middle schools, the way they currently stand now, it's a very tight range. They're all pretty much identical. And so changes will impact those and would change the numbers. And to Dr. Minor's point, the high schools as well are a pretty tight range of the PTR for counselors as they stand currently in FY26. So just food for thought.
Mr. Dorn?
I'm not in favor at this point of adding counselors because once we start on, there are too many comparabilities between schools to say it's only one school, and I don't know that we can get there. So I'd rather, at this stage of the game, I'm not supportive of adding any more. And then we see where we are at the end if we can provide some services later.
Ms. Maple?
The 0.5 Hutch and 0.5 Randy are where I stick with, and I won't belabor my argument, but that's where I still am. I can belabor my argument tomorrow.
Ms. Julian?
I'm with Tim that I don't think that I'm with Tim in regards to how I'm approaching this, in that there are comparabilities that we need to account for. And so, and thank you, Dr. Meinert, for highlighting that as well, that if we're going to do something somewhere in counseling, we should do it across the board so that all of our students have the same opportunities. And to that point, that's why I've added them at all and not excluded any schools.
Ms. Carol Hubbard?
So I have 0.5 at everything. I just got rid of the one full-time at Lathrop and West because it was then equal across the board. Is that what you meant, Mrs. Julian, that you did 0.5?
Yeah, and I should have clarified that. Yes, I did the same.
Okay, I agree with that.
So it's a $312,000 investment. 312,500.
Ms. Hull?
I would be supportive of the 0.5 FTE at the schools as well.
Okay, and I'll just speak to this again. I know I spoke to it earlier, and I'll have another chance tomorrow, so I'll keep it brief. But when we talk about what counselors do in secondary schools, there's academic counseling, but it's to a greater and greater degree from what I hear from our counselors. They are serving as a barrier for kids experiencing various hardships, including mental health and stress, suicidal ideation, these kinds of things. The need for mental health services is increasing regardless of the ratios of students, is what I'm hearing from counselors. So that's just something to consider there. It sounds like the consensus is right now maybe to add a half position, all of the half positions. Can I just get confirmation there? Got a few nods. Okay. Ms. Hewitt, any comments?
Yeah, I would want to make sure that we're adding positions equitably across the board for sure.
Okay.
To get a little bit more information.
Okay.
So, President Britt, I updated it to reflect the half, which, yeah, would be a lot closer to kind of an even add across schools.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's leave it there, and we'll come back to this one, I think, tomorrow. All right, next on the list is the CEC.
So, yeah, CEC.
I added the CEC.
And board members, can you raise my hand if you want this added? Raise your hand. Okay, I see 3 hands raised. Ms. Hewitt?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Dorn?
I'm supportive of adding it, but I'd like to get a better picture when we get to the discussion, how it's being used, where that need is. They've been cut over the years, so I'm supportive. I see a need, but I'd like to see the plan for using it, not just saying, oh, yeah, here it is.
right, and then moving on to secondary instrumental music. We currently have 2 FTE added.
I'd like to go to 4.
Anyone else wanting to go to 4? Ms. Hewitt?
I'm not in favor of 4.
Okay. Sounds like there's consensus around 2 then. All right. Ms. Carol Hubbard?
Question, if we did 4, that would be 2 at the middle, 2 at the high, roughly? Is that 2 middle, 2, sorry, music teachers, 2 middle, 2 high? If we went 4.
Approximately. At the secondary level, we can also divide up the FTE a little bit.
And
So,
spread it around.
Yeah, there's more ways to portion it out. You can't really portion it out at the elementary schools the same way. So yes, approximately 2 at the middle schools and 2 at the high schools.
So I'm hearing consensus for 2, at least at this point.
At this point, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
If anyone does want that one to come back around tomorrow, you can always make motions. But for now, let's leave it at 2.
Okay. All right. Music supplies, secondary.
Ms. Hull?
I would support a 50K donation to that.
Okay, I'm seeing thumbs. Mr. Dorn?
Okay. Questions around this in terms of what are the supplies needed? I assume we kept all the instruments that we had. I know there's some attrition on that over the last couple of years, but basically those. And wouldn't that be impacted by the supply budgets that we're increasing across the board, 25%? So I don't know why. I would assume that applies to all the supplies, not just. So I'd like more information on this, and that can wait until tomorrow if you want, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're correct in that schools, as their supply budgets go up, hopefully that trickles down to individual departments. Principals do have some flexibility on how they allocate that, so it doesn't all go to the music department. I do think that this is an area where it could see an investment, especially with music repair in our secondary schools. Music repair has become very expensive, and so as I've talked to teachers, that's one of the things that they've noted, that it would be helpful for more district support on repairing instruments. So that's where I could see a large majority of the supply money going.
Can I do a follow-up question? So this would only apply to secondary, but I assume the same issue is at elementary, where ostensibly you'd have even more wear and tear on an instrument, somebody who's learning at that level. So I do have concerns about this and where this really plays. I'm not supportive at this time for that.
Okay, so I think I've seen 2 in support of increasing to the 50K. One more. Okay, we've got 3. Miss Maple? Supporting. Okay, that's 4, so that's consensus at this point.
All right, moving to district-wide. So we currently budgeted for, well, with President Burgess's scenario, 0, not budgeting for any vacancies.
I'd like, oops, go ahead, Morgan.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
Okay, sorry. I would like to suggest that we budget for 1.5% vacancies. I'm going all the way to the other side. Based on what has happened over the past year and the amount of positions that we're opening up, the possibility that we are going to have equal amount of vacancies is very high, even though we don't want to have them, but it is very high.
Miss Maple?
I'm at 0.8. I want to go higher, but
because we're taking other risks in the budget, I left that one in at the proposed amount. But Miss Carol Hubbard makes a good point, especially with all the positions we're adding.
So I think it's interesting that we're reducing PTR and budgeting for vacancies at the same time. We're saying we want to hire a bunch more people, but we're not planning to hire them all. It seems odd to me. And again, increasing the draw from fund balance has essentially the same effect as budgeting for vacancies, according to our administration. So, okay, Ms. Doolin.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that point exactly on drawing from fund balance. What we're trying to do is reduce the amount of excessive funds that will go into fund balance. And we know that every year that we can assume for some salary savings, whether it's because of vacancies, whether it's because we had retirees that left, and then we hire people at a lower step. So we know that there's going to be salary savings. We have other school districts in the state, other school districts nationwide that do this. What we're doing here is we're reducing the probability of unintentional adds to fund balance, which is exactly what has dinged us this year. And it is true because we lost $11.4 million this year that the borough took from their ordinance because, in part, of unintended vacancies. Now, I'm very proud that last year this board adopted a negative contingency vacancy rate of $1 million, because knowing that right now our vacancies are headed towards potential of $2 million excessive net positive position, we as a board were able to cut into that unanticipated savings, quote unquote savings, by adding a vacancy rate, a negative contingency of $1 million. So this, in a sense, is a more precise way to dial in our budget, and it is not drawing on fund balance. It is reducing the probability of unintended fund balance additions and not making additional cuts on the front end, and making sure that more money is going into classrooms on the front end, and saying it is responsible for us to anticipate that there will be savings from an organization where over 89%, 87 to 89% of our budget is personnel costs. So I understand. I totally understand where that narrative of this is just future fund balance draw use. No, I asked to reframe it. This is us as a board getting precision on budgeting for exactly what we anticipate our personnel costs actually costing, understanding that there's FML leave, that there's going to be potential savings based on the percentage of salary and personnel costs for an organization our size.
Okay, so we have 3 proposals out, one to budget 0, one to budget 0.85 as in the proposed budget, and one to increase the vacancies to 1.5%. Mr. Doran.
On this, I would say 0. But a question around it is, this is on the wrong side of the ledger. This is listed on the expenditure side. We're saying we are not going to spend this amount of money, whatever amount we pick here. That's not an expenditure. If the positions are such that and we've asked on what's the probability of hiring additional teachers under the PTR scenario that we would like to see, and with some assurances that, yes, we can fill those, we need those day one. If we should happen to have a vacancy, yes, that's going to be a savings. It doesn't add, or in some ways, it actually puts us in a more difficult position in terms of unbalance, whatever combination of funds we include into that. But because this, if we fill the positions, we have to take it out. If we don't fill the positions, it still goes in that. And like anything, we don't have to remove so much snow. We may have lower costs. Any excess winds up in the fund balance. It's not, so this is, in my opinion, this is not good budgeting. I disagreed with it last year. I disagree with it now. But really, if we are going to do it, we should put it on the right side of the budget, the ledger. And it's on the wrong one now because those are costs.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. I'm going to request that we either that we determine whether or not we have consensus here and then move on from it. So board members, if you want to leave it as in the proposed budget, the option that Andy has selected, Mr. DeGraw has selected right now, go ahead and raise your hand, please. Okay, Ms. Hewitt?
I'm comfortable with either 0 or 0.85. I'm not
All right.
stuck in either one as
Thank you. So let's leave that at 0.85 for now then. It sounds like we've got support for that. Although it does seem like this is one that might come back up tomorrow.
Definitely have it on the list to revisit for sure.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Maple, is that a hand? Ms. Maple, was that?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, okay. All right. Mr. DeGraw.
All right, moving on to regular instruction supplies. The proposed budget calls for a 25% increase in school supply budgets at all schools.
Ms. Julian.
Can I make one request? We're talking about budgeting for vacancies, which I know that I introduced that term. What I'm actually talking about is budgeting for personnel savings.
Yes, those are synonymous. Yes.
But we're getting really wrapped around an axle on not hiring for positions and leaving them vacant, and that's not what I'm talking about. And I think that words matter.
Yeah. Yeah. So to that point, yeah, we at the same time we're reporting that we're tracking at around a $2 million under budget for the year expenditures for salaries and benefits. Our recruiting department is 100% trying to fill every single vacancy that we have in the district. So okay, so we currently have regular instruction supply budgets at 25%. Any comments or thoughts, adjustments?
I increased it to 50, but I'm comfortable. Yeah.
Ms. Hewitt? Comments?
I would like to increase it to 65.
Okay, so that was 4 members. Mr. Dorn?
Do we have an idea of how much, could you remind us how much we've cut supply budget by the last couple of years?
We'd have to find that number. We can get that for
Okay,
tomorrow.
maybe that might be helpful in terms of where we're trying to get to with it. So.
Yeah, certainly we'll find the number, but it's more, I think, than the 25% that the proposed budget entails. But yeah, we'll get the number.
Yeah, because I'm certainly in favor of increasing the amount. Would be where I want to look.
All right, so moving on, we'll leave it at 50% increase at the 65,000 for now. And then let's see, registered apprenticeship program, we have 1 FTE added.
I'm seeing consensus.
Heads nod. Okay. We have in additional ADC district-wide positions, we have 1 FTE added to the Human Resources Department for the purpose of expanding onboarding.
I also added comms. I feel like the constant feedback we get in the community is that we're not communicating enough or that we're not doing enough, and that's because there's only one human doing all of it.
Okay, so let's do this one at a time. Do we have 4 people supporting the human resources technician? 1, 2, 3.
I would suggest pushing not the specific number, but sense of majority, sense of consensus.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's
Sure.
a little bit too clear,
Gotcha.
or it might be interpreted as a
I'm,
vote, even
I'm
though we're not
saying,
voting.
yeah, I mean at least 4, but yes, thank you, Mr. Doran. Language is important. So, so let's. I think we had, I
You're
think we
okay.
had the consensus on that one. How about the communication specialist? Are there at least that many? Okay, Ms. Hewitt.
Not in favor.
Okay, we're gonna leave that one unchecked for now.
Can I
Ms. Julian.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to speak to that one because this is actually coming out of the budget committee a little. The budget committee specifically asked for the district to do more work in communicating to out-of-district homeschool families and reaching out to different pockets to increase recruitment. And I asked for I asked for this to be added back on or into the proposal here because I know that right now we don't have the capacity to do that work, but I think that the intention of this communication specialist is yes, communicating with writ large the community, but then also specifically reaching out to the families who are in our community but are not have not enrolled in the district to get their feedback.
Mr. Dorn?
I'm not particularly supportive at this time of these. I do see good purposes for them, but again, I'm looking at broader priorities that. So I'm very open on these. Not against them, but not supportive at this time.
All right. I'm hearing right now that we should leave it as it appears on the screen here.
Leave it as is, and we have it on our revisit list.
Okay.
Could I add one thing?
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
That might be helpful in terms of with the administrative center on district-wide positions. We have in previous years a dollar amount that, and this year we are not making any reductions to administration, but just trying to look at the other side of it is whether, the administration can decide how to use their positions or their monies within that. And I'm kind of keeping that lens as we look at here. They could decide to fill those if those were priorities. If they need more, then I think that was not necessarily a bad approach to look at it and give the administration some flexibility as to what the greatest needs are. But just a thought.
So if I'm interpreting your suggestion correctly, and tell me if I'm not, but you would suggest that maybe rather than having positions for administration, we would give them a dollar amount similar to how we reduced them by a dollar amount rather than by specific positions in previous years.
That is a legitimate interpretation, but I would put my preference is we not add anything to administration at this time this year, or for next year rather, but that if administration within their staffing determines these are a higher need than something else, that we give them the latitude to maybe switch out a position that they currently have in the budget for one of these. So I'm not adding anything to administration at this time,
Understood.
taking a similar lens.
Ms. Maple?
I can save my thoughts for tomorrow, actually.
Okay. Okay. So leaving this one as is, we'll move on to the next. And I think we had already determined that everyone had checked the 1.7 on this one. So I think we can go ahead and just move on to transportation.
Sure.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, before we do, I did put in a $1 million placekeeper for ESSA. I just a number, but we know that is a, I think we can say we are going to see an increase in that. If we're talking about one set of negotiations to put in, we should put in something for the other. To ignore it, I think, is at our miss. That's the only other outstanding that we know there's a factor.
Ms. Maple.
Said I was going to wait till tomorrow, but I want everybody to think about it. So I'll say it very quickly right now. That we have made tons of cuts across the board over the last 5 years, including cutting admin by 25%. And now we are adding millions of dollars of other positions back into the budget and not giving administration the support or the budget that they'll need to support those millions of dollars of positions we're adding back into the budget seems unrealistic and at best and inequitable at worst. So the idea that they would remove, they already have the authority to hire however they want to hire, but the idea that to bring those positions on, they do it within their current budget is actually asking them to make cuts while we're giving millions of dollars more for them to support. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to bring it back to Mr. Doran's last comment, which was to add, potentially add a $1 million placeholder for ESSA negotiations.
You can
Dr. Miner,
consider
would
it.
you like to speak to that?
We could definitely do that as a placeholder. I think it needs to be clear that our initial proposal could be lower or higher, based on a number of factors. So it's not necessarily a realistic number that goes into the budget, but it is a placeholder for the board to consider what additional labor costs might come your way with the ESSA contract.
And if I might just follow up, is I'm not wedded to that dollar amount. I just putting a dollar, and if it was less than that, that's fine. 500,000. I'm just throwing something out there. But I think that to ignore that we have at least something that's there. So whatever the administration would bring forward, if that's what you decide to do tomorrow, that would be good information. But it's something we do need. We know that there is a definite cost there that we're otherwise ignoring. Any the other ones that are out there, we do not know.
Ms. Julian?
Yeah, to that point, because it is a moving target, and I agree that we need to keep that in mind, that it's something that's happening. Perhaps what we do is we change the way that we word FEA negotiations, because again, this is a moving target. and we just make it something a little bit looser about, we could say, current fiscal year 27 negotiations, and we could determine an amount there. I was more in favor of leaving this budget with an over $1 million surplus. Actually, my budget ends with a $1.2 million surplus, but I'm fine either way. I'm fine with either having something in here, but to Mr. Dorn's point, I think that we need to, if we have FEA in here, it feels weird that we don't have ESSA in there, only because the timing of, we haven't started that process yet, but we know that it's happening. We know it's happening before we finalize this budget. So I'd rather have some sort of placeholder in for all, and maybe that makes it a little bit less prescriptive.
Ms. Hull?
Thanks. I think it's important to also note that I have not forgotten about ESSA negotiations at all. However, we have talked about negotiations in executive session because we're in negotiations. The only reason the FEA proposal is a dollar amount is associated is that the proposal has been given to them, which is why there's a proposal on here. So it was my understanding that numbers will be kept in executive session and out of proposals right now. That was my understanding.
Yeah, that's certainly administration's recommendation. But to Mr. Dorn's point, I don't think that we're ignoring it. We shouldn't ignore it. So as we're, landing on whatever the recommended budget is, having a realization there that there are going to be some increased costs for ESSA that are going to need to be built into the approved budget. And all this to say, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I hope we reach an agreement with both FEA and ESSA prior to FY27. But if we don't, then it might have the opposite effect where this money comes back into the budget because it's not spent for next year because an agreement hasn't been reached. So there is that part for the board to consider as well.
Ms. Hewitt, did you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I would say just keeping additional funding considerations. I don't care if it's on this balancing act or not, but I am keeping it in the forefront of my mind here.
So, Ms. Julian.
To that point, last time that we went in negotiations, how many fiscal years did it last before they were agreed upon?
I think it was about 20 months. So we did have 1 year where there weren't salary increases.
Okay. I also just want to say that I am sympathetic, and I also respect what Ms. Hull brought forward, that we are talking about things in executive session. And so to your point, having the FEA number in here because it is something that has been put out there as a proposal makes sense. So perhaps I'm more akin to just keeping a surplus in my mind. Yes.
Okay, I'm not hearing that we need to add anything at this point in time. It might come up again in discussions tomorrow.
Okay. So we'll keep that checked, and yeah, more to come, more discussion to come. Moving to transportation. We currently have a $1.2 million subsidy.
So there's one suggestion earlier to reduce the transportation subsidy to 0. Do we have any supporters of that? That is Not a full consensus. Mr. Doran.
I'll, after you find out, I'm not supportive, but
Okay.
I'll have some questions.
I did not see enough hands to tip the scales on this one. I think we leave it as is in the proposed
Okay.
budget.
I'd like to speak to this one more time. We have been negatively impacted as a district because we have put savings into different funds. We know that the state does not provide enough money for transportation. Why are we not why are we hurting ourselves? Why are we hurting our students? Why are we making decisions about not investing in our students, anywhere else, when we know that the state has said we are interested in targeted funding? When the borough lapsed 15 million of their own funds from 7.5 in additional revenues from investments and $7.8 million lower expenses that are raising taxes and will most likely lapse money again, have at least 15 million, if not much more, in savings. Also, last week, $11.5 million was swiped from our accounts, our general saving account, into a school district maintenance reserve fund that's for specific uses. Why, I ask us sitting here tonight, why would we not? Why would we cut or not invest in an area that's going to help students? And why would we say, you know what, we're going to save money that is intended to go to students' education and put it into a transportation subsidy when we were just dinged $11.4 million from our own borough because we do that? There's money sitting there at the borough that's in a restricted fund for us, $11.4 million, that we could ask for a direct funding of this. The state, many people at the state have said, ask for what you need for transportation. I would much rather, in the preliminary budget, not hurt ourselves by $1.2 million by saving that. I would rather say this is what we need. And if we need them to come forward with a $1.2 million investment into transportation, the borough certainly has it. They could go up to 73 million in a local contribution. Taxes are going up, property values just went up. They just took $11.5 million from our savings. The state has also welcomed those requests. I'm asking us not to not invest $1.2 million into our school district by holding it back for transportation when our funding bodies are ready to fund us, are pro-education.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
How much money was in that $11 million that was specifically designated for transportation, please?
800,000.
800,000.
Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Mr. DeGraw. Dr. Miner.
So there's nuance to this. I think we should be careful saying it's going into a fund balance because, as Mr. DeGraw opened the conversation with this evening, is that $1.2 million will be spent. It won't be there in savings. It will be spent on transportation. You're not wrong, and we should ask for the funding for transportation. But I also think it's disingenuous to say that we haven't been asking for the funding for transportation year after year after year. The Joint Task Force on Education Funding just had a presentation today to talk about transportation. There's been a lot of talk about transportation for the last couple of years. There's folks that are interested in it, but we really haven't seen a lot of momentum in terms of actually giving us more money to provide transportation. And so I'm not against what you're proposing, but I do think it's dangerous to a certain extent to think that, that we can count on the state or the borough coming through with additional funds for transportation. That doesn't mean we shouldn't ask for it, but I just want to be careful that this is not going into a fund balance. This is making sure that we have enough money to pay for transportation services next year, and the entire fund will be spent on transportation services.
And to that point, I think that if we put the money now, tonight, in our recommended budget, not our approved budget, that in fact we are removing the ask. We still have time, to President Burgess's point. We still have time until we finally approve our budget. We can ask for it.
Dr. Minor?
So my only response to that is I would ask the board not to spend that money. So that's where I have a little bit of challenges. If we decide not to allocate it to transportation, don't reallocate it to other places.
Mr. Dorn?
I'm very much against not zeroing out the transportation subsidy. Virtually every year I've been on the board, I have advocated for reducing the proposed amounts of transportation subsidies. But zeroing it out, and as we move forward, I think would not serve as well. If anything, I would make an argument that we perhaps really need to increase it, because when we were talking about transportation earlier and other previous references, the 800,000 was left at the end of FY25. What do we expect to have at the end of FY26?
The ballpark is anywhere from 200,000 or 300,000 up to possibly 700,000 or 800,000 at the end of 26, depending on how expenditures come out.
Okay. So we are looking to have, let me split the difference. Let me just say it's 400,000. I'll say that's less than, but we need 2.5 million that you think that we would need for FY27. Then that means we actually need more. So 1.2 putting in our FY27 budget, but counting on something left at the end of FY26 this year still doesn't get us close to what we're thinking we need. So an argument would be made to say that, if we actually think we have to subsidize 2.5, we're only putting in 1.2, we get another 400, we're still, but 9,000 short, about that, 900,000 short. So we're not covering, and I do know that it depends on cost of gas, because we pay the fuel difference, and we know where fuel is right now. The last week, we're now over $4 a gallon here locally. So not to put something in there unless, and we could certainly save money on transportation by cutting the routes that we expect or that we would like to have. And the other thing in terms of targeted from the borough is they can make a request. They don't determine our line items. And we're very, very clear on that, because it can work both ways. They can't line item veto. They can make a request in terms of how we use money, and they have in the past. Literacy initiative 20-some years ago. They suggested how we use it, but they couldn't determine that. There's also how that factors into how deed looks at local contribution. We're well below the max, so that's one thing. But DEED has told other districts that if they subsidize as the other boroughs, that if the borough subsidizes transportation, it has to be part of the local contribution and has taken them over the max and is not allowable. There is legislation to change that, but it has not even really gotten through committees, early committees at the legislature. The legislature can actually increase the transportation because that is outside, that's a separate funding mechanism and is outside the BSA, so they don't even have to open the BSA on that. They could simply decide to add to transportation or to change how they calculate it. So there are lots of things there that are, yeah, could be used, but are really not there. And I don't think it would be advisable for us to negate the cost of transportation and not to put it in our budget. If we don't use it, great.
So I believe unless there's a few people who've changed their mind, I don't think there was consensus to zero this out. I think that there was a general consensus to leave it as is in the proposed budget. Ms. Hewitt, do you have any comments on this one?
I'm in favor of the proposed 1.2 million.
Thank you. Ms. Carol Hubbard?
I have a totally different question. Can we get a copy of this emailed so that we can look at it between tonight and tomorrow night, please? This proposed budget that we just came up with, please.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Michelle's got this.
Okay.
It's Michelle.
We'll do our best to get you something. It might not look exactly like here, but to try to capture the information that was worked on this evening. She is great.
Okay, that was every line in balancing act. Is there anything else from the board? Noting it is 9:32 and I want to get out of here ASAP. Anything else from the board? Ms. Hewitt?
Nope.
Okay, Ms. Julian, go ahead.
Yeah, going back to Mr. Doran wanted to add another $1 million literacy expense in here, and I'm going to echo what Ms. Maple had said earlier. I'm really feel like there's been ample opportunity to add that in, and that's a pretty large investment to add at the very end here. And I feel like it is already included in the tutors and other staffing areas. So to express my desire that we don't add another $1 million point in here, a new program that we haven't even ever discussed. I'm really hesitant to add that and have that live the night that we are voting on a budget.
Any other final comments?
Save my comments till tomorrow. I'm ready
Thank
to.
you.
call it
Anything
a night.
else from administration?
Just trying to figure out how to. If it keeps going, does it mean I failed? Does it? Oh. Okay.
No other comments from
No other
administration.
comments. Okay. Thank you. We are adjourned.